Who's gonna be first? Oh, Cyberbomb beat you by like a millisecond. Oh, man, that was close. I looked down and then I looked up. Well, on my screen, I'll show you. Oh, that's good. Here, look at my screen. That's good. There it is. It has to be by a millisecond. Like the both like that. Both comments appeared. That was good. Hey, SPC. Yeah, I murdered my mouse. Why can't I click that? Yeah, I murdered my mouse. I got the right click button working again, but the left click button still doesn't work. I spilled some soup on it last week, so I had to get a new cheapy mouse from Walmart. Really hard to use a computer without a mouse. Really hard. Come on, stay up there. Oh, you're being a nudge, aren't you? Yes, you are. That was good. Why is this upside down? There we go. Let's see. That would be this key, and then we increase the scale. There we go. That was good. I had to chill with Michelle for a few hours because I couldn't drive. Whatever the dilation drops that they put in my eyes, even the sunglasses they gave me wasn't enough. It was like snow blindness. Everything was bright white. It's like really hard to see. I was like, yeah, I can't drive home like that. I'm gonna freaking crash into something. And after a few hours, it went away. And, the the apparently the pharmacy completely screwed up the prescription for the Hyclate, and so he resubmitted it this time, and my brother Logan helped me out paying for it again. I didn't have the money for it, but let me send Michelle the link. Where's it at? Gmail. Is forward to Michelle. Send. The yeah, it wasn't worth crashing. It just wasn't worth it. But so he now has me on it twice daily since he wanted a light dose at first because some people apparently it bothers, like it messes with their stomach. It didn't mess with me at all, so he put me on a much higher dose. We're gonna see if that helps since it does seem to be a little bit better. Also, an idea hit me that I have all these you know this stuff all over my face. It's weird though. It's not on this side. And the only reason I can't sit and let you guys see this side is because I can't see out of this high. So if I sat the other way, I'd be looking out in the kitchen. I wouldn't be able to see anything here. And it's weird that it's only on this side. It's weird. But I thought, well, if this is caused by rosacea, and rosacea is caused by the psoriasis, which causes all these skin issues, well, maybe if I can somehow fix the skin issues, that would help this. So he said that's probably a good idea. So I'm gonna make an appointment with the doctor to get him to get me a referral to a dermatologist to see what we can do about this. and maybe doing something about this. I never worried about this because it didn't hurt. There's Michelle. I never worried about this because it didn't cause me any pain or anything. It's just annoying. But if fixing this will fix this, then hell yeah, we'll do that. So, yeah, well, little by little. We got some new flavors of soda. The we got the new holiday creamy vanilla Coke. It actually is a bit creamier than the normal Coke vanilla. In fact, I think they should replace the normal vanilla Coke with this. Ender's right here. There he is. He's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. Mm-hmm. Noel is somewhere else. But I also got the cranberry bliss from Starry, which is pretty good, not bad, not great, but not bad. The winter spice with cranberry Sprite. I actually thought that was pretty good. I mean, again, not great, but it was pretty good. And then the best of the batch of 4 was the 7-Up Shirley Temple. It's pomegranate cherry flavor. This is amazing. If you can get this, get it. It's really freaking good. Have you tried any yet, Michelle? The Coke, you definitely want to make sure you refrigerate it. It tastes better cold. Albuquerque was good. I just drive through it. You know, it's a pretty city. On the hunt I go. What are you hunting for? Oh, for the sodas? Let's see what's available here. Let's see. Let's switch to desktop. Go to Walmart. So what I do is I just type in 0 sugar 12. Yeah, the creamy vanilla is pretty good. It is creamier. Alrighty, so there's my all-time favorite, the Canada Dry Fruit Splash Cherry Ginger Ale. I love that flavor. It is so good. The Baja Blast is not bad. The 7-Up Cherry is very good. And the Zero Sugar Root Beer A&W is pretty good too. I like it. The Tropical is okay. It's not bad. It's a little weak. I think they need to boost the flavor a little bit. The Creamy Vanilla is pretty good. The Shirley Temple is out of the park. That is fantastic. The Strawberries and Cream is not bad. I like it. It's not great, but it's not bad. The Zero Starry is good. The Zero Cream Soda is good, a little weak. The Pepsi Wild Cherry and Cream is actually really good. I like that. Hey, Logan, what's up? Yeah, well, I'm going to get it tomorrow. I submitted it to Walmart, and they said it'll be ready tomorrow. No, I'll have to pay for it tomorrow when I pick it up. It said ready in the app, but the 1 month supply was ready. So she has to do the 3 month supply, and that'll be ready tomorrow. Uh-huh. That's good. Yeah. Ooh. How the hell did they manage that? Yeah. Which they never do. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, for positioning. Well, yeah, a 3 foot long bolt. You said through the whole door. A commercial door's 36 inches wide. Really? That seems a little Oh, no, no, you said continuous hinge. Oh, the continuous hinge doesn't go on the edge of the door, it goes on the face of the door? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, so it's all going on the face of the door, not on the edge of the door. Okay, see, I've never seen that. I've never seen a hinge on the face of the door before. That's just weird. Because it's, yeah, see it more often, yeah. Okay. Never paid attention to it, yeah. Yeah, because I'm thinking, wait a minute, that's like fucking 38-inch long bolt. No, it's just a skin. You're holding on to shit. Yeah. Tack it in place. It's like a tack weld. You then have to go and do it properly when you're done. Yeah. All right. Let me get to my victims on the stream. I came home to do my stream. It's okay. Yeah, yeah. Ah, we weren't, we weren't talking about anything. I would have stopped you if we did. They can't hear you. All right, all right. Bye. Recently? No, I didn't. So many spam text messages. Um, this is also one of my favorites, the Blackberry Dr. Pepper. I love that one. This is the Starry Cranberry Blizz. It's okay. It's not great. It's not bad. The orange cream is actually surprisingly good. I think it needs a tiny bit of a flavor boost, but just a tiny bit. Usually the orange cream stuff is not thrilling to me because it's overpowering. This one is underpowering. The cherry lime chill is excellent. The ice cream soda zero is excellent. Yeah, you see, this is what I hate. I hate the fucking scalpers. Yeah, $23 for a case of soda. Mm, fuck you, and fuck you, Walmart, for allowing that. Um, let's see here. I've tried all these. These are good. I haven't tried the Sunkissed yet. I haven't tried the Mountain Dew because I'm not big on Mountain Dew. Hey, the cranberry is available. I haven't had that in a while. I also haven't tried Squirt. And then, of course, you have the twist up, which is okay. And that's all we get around here, and the crush. And that's basically all we get around here. No, there's going to be shipping on top of that usually. Oh, that is free shipping. But I could also order this and free shipping too for $7. Okay, it's just a ripoff. It's just, scumduggery. It's what we call scalping. The reason you can't find the zero sugar ice cream sundae lately is because all the scalpers have been buying it up and relisting it for $23. See, this is not from Walmart. Let's see here. See, sold and shipped by Ethos Management. They're scalpers. They're like the people who go and buy all the tickets to a concert, and then you're fucked. Now you can't buy a ticket because they want 10 times the price. That's exactly what they're doing. They're scumbags. What are you gonna do? So usually, I forgot to do it this time, but usually I click on in-store here. Hey, Cassandra. I click on in-store, and this way it only shows me what's available in my store. And most of these I don't buy because they're too expensive. I mean, I'm sorry, $6 or $7 for a case of soda is too much money. That's a lot of money for soda. I mean, these should be $3 or $4 a case. I don't want to hear about inflation either. This is well beyond inflation. This is just scumduggery is what it is. The strawberry and cream is okay. It's not great, but it's not bad. I hope they keep this one. See how it's out of stock? It should be $5.88. What are you going to do? Oh, something else that's really good is this golden sriracha Doritos. This is really good. Just enough spice to be interesting without being hot. Yeah, this is good. Also the late night taco one is really good too. And $3 is not a bad price. Late night loaded taco. That one's really good too. Yeah, those are my favorites. Every now and then I'll order these little cans whenever they have a new flavor, even if I don't like it, because I make rockets out of these. So it's fun to turn them into rockets. I don't like the spicy nacho. I also like the sweet chili. Sweet chili is really good too. Oh, that's interesting. Ouch! $2.38 for a 2.6-ounce bag. That's a little pricey. But it's supposed to be Stranger P. It's probably just nacho and Cool Ranch. Yeah, I'm not paying that price. Ooh, that's a cool one. I'll get that next time. I did not want to click that. I just wanted you to add it. I always look for new cans for making a rocket. What are they called? So, chips canister? The dill pickle is okay, but not strong enough. Salt and vinegar is good. 7-layer dip is fantastic. Loaded potato skins is fantastic. Mexican street corn is, it's okay. It's not bad. The beer can ones are, The Brat one is pretty good. Nice for rockets, though, because it's just a different style can. I don't got that one. I don't want the chips, but I want the can. These, sadly, aren't perfectly round, so they're a little harder to use for rockets. The pizza flavor one's really good. Ooh, smoky bacon's new. And sharp white cheddar? Yeah, I'll try that. Chili cheese fries? That's new. Smoky cheddar artificial flavor is usually pretty bad. I don't like it. Those are interesting. Because I think that's a pretty big canister. So that might be good for a cylindrical fin rocket. These small cans are nice because you don't have to cut a tube in half to make tube fins. You just use these as is. But you pay a little bit of a premium for it. You pay a 50-cent premium. The problem is they're too small. And so you end up adding a lot of mass just from trying to join all the small ones together. Although they might work as tube fins. So, for example, tube and rocket. Here's your typical tube finned rocket. So there you go. So there's your typical tube finned rocket. So you have one tube, and then the same size tube will go around 6 times. And so sometimes those small core tubes can make good tube fins if they are the right size to go with a particular size of primary tube. And then you have other styles. Let's see. That's your classical tube fin. Fewer pictures than I thought there would be. Tube fins are pretty popular. I would think there would be more pictures. What is that? I don't recognize that. Oh, you dirtbag. Well, that's an interesting design. So it's a 2-stage with a conventional fin can and a tube fin can. Now, see, what you really should do is invert this. The second stage should have the fins, because the tubes are they'll tumble recover a lot better. They'll be a lot easier to recover without damage. But in this configuration, the tubes look nicer on top. I can see why you would do that. Huh. That's a cool design. I like that. See, here's other configurations. 3 large tubes. Like this might work for those the centers of bamboo spools. Doing something like this might work. The problem is they're going to be pretty heavy. But still, if it's just a sport rocket, who cares if it's heavy? Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, if you want to see an interesting tube pin rocket, let's see. It was Phoenix. This one. There's mine. They had Quest came to Naram with literally a moving truck full of rocket parts, and they had a kit bash where you could literally just take whatever you want and build it. And so I did. That's what I did. I built this from just a smorgasbord of parts, and it flew really well. Of course, it blew itself into a million pieces when it hit the ground, but because I had to use the minimum amount of glue to put it all together because I was running out of glue because it was so freaking. This is like 5 feet tall, 6 feet tall. This thing's big. Yeah, that's 3, 6. Yeah, this is over 6 feet tall, 7 feet tall. It's pretty big. Let's see. Do I have what day? It was probably Saturday, if I had to guess. Hey, Big Bad Joe. Where is the page? This is back when I didn't organize it so well. Okay, so we had a night launch, which means it wasn't on Saturday. It must have been Sunday. There's my level 1 rocket. I flew it again. It's just your standard tube-fin rocket. Of course, it's got a camera up there. Oh, there's another picture of my rocket. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, the video page didn't load, huh? So what day was the kit bash? Town hall interlude. Okay, so it wasn't to Monday. Kit bash, here we go. So they brought in just boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of parts. You saw the Northern Lights last night? I got a picture of them here once, just barely. So they had just vast quantities of parts, and you could have whatever you want as long as you use it to build something right there on the spot. This one girl there, she built what's called a time twister. It was such a beautiful model. She used like a whole case of these little tubes. You'll see it later. But look at this, look at this, I use so many of those. But yeah, we had a lot of fun with that. That was a once in a lifetime event. You would never see that happen ever again. And let's see, it was probably, did we fly on Wednesday? I love the sunsets in Tucson, Arizona. Every night it just got better and better and better. Yeah, it'll look like a red smudge down here. Let me see if I can find the time twister for you. Such a cool rocket. Oh yeah, that sucks. Drag separation of the nose cone. And so all the powder is being venturied out of the rocket on the way up. Where is the time twister? It's kind of reminiscent of this one here, the Trident. I love that rocket. Such a beautiful rocket. Okay, so it's not Wednesday. That's great. I love that. The Acme rocket. There's my glider booster. So 2 gliders act as the stabilizing force for the rocket. And then when the ejection charge fires, both of these pop off. And this one has a camera on board. I became very good at getting those gliders to fly really nice. Too bad you can't get these anymore. These were great. Air Hogs used to release these. They were a little tiny remote control airplane. Yeah, this worked out really well. And because there was 2 of them, it was stable. You didn't require, tilting. But the trick was this right here. Just put a polyhedral dihedral onto the glider. As soon as you put that polyhedral on there, suddenly these things became so stable. These things were wonderful. You used to be able to buy these at the dollar store. I don't know if I brought them with me or not. They may have gotten destroyed, but I had a case of these. I bought so many of them because it was such an awesome thing to put in a rocket. Kids loved it because it didn't go super high, but it went high enough to get you a really nice flight without going so high that you couldn't see it. This one, he just strapped a whole bunch of Micromax, um, what do you call them? The terrain following missile. I forget the name of it. Okay, so I guess it was Friday. The dinosaur with the X-20 and the Titan. That's a cool model. Saturn V and these guys always did some really fancy rockets for mission points. Did it fail a lot? Yes, but damn it, when it worked, he's dead, sadly. He's gone. That's George Gasaway. Yeah, that's awesome. There's mine. I caught someone flying their Estes glider in the background. Yeah, that came out really cool. So each of these is, I think each of these is, I want to say 18 or 20 inches. So 2/4, so 60 inches tall. So this is, this is 5 feet tall. A little over 5 feet. Yeah, it came out really cool. Here's other people's kit bashes. Where is the time twister? I love the express mail rocket. That's great. Here's the one that was caught in the background when I was flying mine. That's what you saw flying in the background. Where's the time twister? There it is. Look at that. That is just so cool. I love that model. Oh, this one was great. 5 stages. And the reason it was stable is because these fins were electronically controlled with a light sensor in the nose. So this thing would try to seek out the sun. So wherever the sun was, it would use these fins to try to aim itself at the sun. This was very cool. That's the time twister right there. What a beautiful model. I love that model. That's just so good. There's my hat, which you can't find anymore. I can't find a hat like that anymore. Now it's like peach colored. It's bleached so much from the sun. Texas Twister. That's it for that. Yeah, that glider was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun flying that. No, it's a cowboy hat. Just your regular old conventional cowboy hat, just blaze orange. See if I can find one. It's hard to find a good quality one anymore. Cool. Hey, they do have some nice hats available. A little pricey. Holy crap, is that a little pricey? That one looks pretty nice. Yeah, just a cowboy hat, just in blaze orange. Except mine. Oh, I like that. $310. Gotta be sick. But yeah, it's just a blaze orange cowboy hat, except mine had the netting material at the bottom so it would breathe a little bit. Part of this down here was open netting, so it would breathe air a bit. I burn real easy. So I was like, if I gotta wear a hat, I'm gonna wear a bright one. Oh wow. That's a nice shot. That's a damn nice shot. Yeah, sadly that's all we get around here is that um that red blur. Well, something I'm working on is I want to build a forever flashlight. Not like an EDC carry with you flashlight, something relatively chunky, something big, something, normal classic, keeping your kitchen drawer, keeping your backpack, keeping your glove box kind of flashlight. Um, if you go to the Discord in the link, you can see her picture there. Link in the description. I want to build a forever flashlight. So basically a flashlight that nothing special, no real modes or zooming or anything like that. I'm gonna print it out of TPU, so they'll basically be indestructible. And oh god. Um, and what I mean by forever is that I want it to be tough enough that it's gonna be pretty hard to break it, serviceable so that you can service it if necessary, and simple and cheap as well. The most expensive thing is going to be the battery, which is like 14 bucks, 12 bucks for the battery. I still have to order the battery, and I still have to order the PD trigger, and but I did order a couple of parts. So I ordered. It's going to be based on this. It's just a really nice little flashlight you can get for $2. You can go to AliExpress and get this for $2 anytime you want. And I wish I can get this without the flash mode. I would just like high and low. That's it. And sadly, I don't think there's a way to get it without the flash mode. But I guess flash mode could be useful. I mean, whatever. But you could take this apart pretty easily. Now, if you're using a lithium-ion battery, all you have to do is replace the battery this comes with your own lithium-ion battery, and this already has everything you need. The switch, the charge and protection circuit, everything. But we have to get a little more complex than that, because I don't want to use the charge circuitry that's built into this because it's for lithium polymer. And a lithium-ion or lithium polymer battery is not a forever flashlight. For me, a forever flashlight is something that's going to last more than 20 years. And that means lithium iron phosphate. So I also ordered this for $1.24. It's a 12 amp 1S BMS. I'm also gonna, I think this will also charge. Yeah, this should also charge. And if I do it right, I should be able to 15-watt charge. Because 15 watts only 3 amps, and this can handle 12 amps. So if I use a PD trigger for 5 volts, that will give me 15-watt charging at 5 volts. I finally figured out how this protects. I kept looking for different circuits because this didn't seem to do what I needed it to do. Both the load and the input power both go to these tabs here. I didn't realize that. So the isolation is there. The battery connects to these tabs. Both load and charge attached to these tabs. So in my case, this will connect to the battery wires of the little square light. And then my PD trigger will connect to this as well. And that gets me my protection circuitry for overcharge for lithium iron phosphate. And then what I'm going to put in it is this. This is the one that was hard to find, but this is the one I want because it's 20 freaking amp hours. That's a 60 watt hour battery to run a little 1 watt light. That light is going to run a long freaking time. And I might even go balls to the wall and say screw it and put 2 of them in there just so I have a 40 amp hour battery to run a flashlight. But that's kind of silly. I'd rather build 2 flashlights. Because come on, let's get real. 20 amp hours is more than enough. Hell, 5 amp hours is more than enough, which means you could lose 75% of your battery's capacity and still have a perfectly good forever flashlight. So by starting with a 20 amp hour cell, we're going to be able to do a lot. This is going to be able to handle. It's going to last longer than you will. This will last longer than you will last. And so I still have to order this. It's 24 bucks for 2 of them. And then I need a PD trigger. I need a 5-volt PD trigger that can handle 3 amps. Actually, 5 amps would work. But I wonder. I should also be able to. I should, even though I don't need to, with such a large battery, it'd kind of be silly not to make this thing a power bank. Also, these have threaded ends, which is really nice because that means you can replace this. So the ends of this will be threaded so that you can replace this battery if you ever do, for whatever reason, need to replace this battery. But theoretically, this should never have to be replaced. This should last forever. I mean, what's the if a 20-year-old builds this, they have what, 60-year life expectancy? I can't imagine the capacity of this battery dropping below the capacity of two AA batteries inside of 60 years. I mean, unless the battery itself just fails altogether. But as far as I'm concerned, a 20-year life is a forever light. And because the battery is replaceable, you can just replace it. The other thing I would like to do is to possibly lower the output of this LED emitter, but I don't know if I need to. I think this already dims after about 30 seconds. I don't know if it's dimming because it's programmed to or because it's thermal throttling. This is basically an aluminum PCB with an LED cob on it. So I was also thinking about putting a copper heatsink in it. Just for qual. But it needs a little. Why can't I find anything? I just want a little copper heatsink. A little square heatsink. Well, the thing is, that's why I lean toward lithium iron phosphate, because lithium iron phosphate is not likely to catch on fire. That's just not the way lithium iron phosphate goes. It's very difficult to ignite lithium iron phosphate. Because yeah, well, you can see it on my channel. I almost had a battery take down my house. So yes, I'm worried about that. When you look at these battery boxes like this, when you look at battery boxes like this, I won't touch them anymore unless they're lithium iron phosphate. If it's lithium ion or NMC or ternary or lithium polymer cells, I won't touch them. But for regular devices, that's fine. But anything that's going to be left plugged in has to be lithium iron phosphate or I won't touch it. You know, something like this is a little different because, well, lithium ion cells do not typically catch on fire unless two conditions are met. One, they're shorted, or three conditions, okay? One, you short them, okay? Two, you leave them plugged in so they overcharge. And three, they're damaged. So this is never left plugged in, so I'm not worried about that. If this gets damaged, I replace it, so I'm not worried about that. And the battery is fully internal, so it can't short. If it gets wet, you treat that like damage. You check it for damage. So as long as you are protecting them from damage and shorting. Now, if you have a lot of LiPo cells for quadcopters and planes, then what you need to do is practice safe storage handling. That means making sure you don't have this tool in the same pouch as this tool so it doesn't puncture your battery. Because while this has a shell around it to protect it, your airplane battery has nothing around it to stop this from punching a hole in it. So that comes down to safe handling and storage practices. But as long as you're not puncturing them, damaging them, shorting them, or overcharging them, they don't just catch on fire. That's very rarely a thing that happens. It's just not common. If you get lithium iron phosphate, it's not a problem at all. Now the problem is lithium iron phosphate is lower power density. So it's not as good for things like quadcopters, where you want flight time. But for a flashlight, I don't give a shit. So I need a 20% larger battery for the same runtime. Who cares? It's a flashlight. Yeah, that video is scary. Let's see, let me find it. There we go. Let's watch it. So I have one of these, I have a whole bunch of them. Um, it's a battery box. You can see it right there. Here it is. So you can see the orange box right here. And it's got the black end cap here. One end has your AC input. This one was a UPS, a true 500 watt lithium UPS. So it had 300 watt hours of capacity or 400 watt hours of capacity. And it had 500 watt capacity for current. And it was a UPS, which means you left it plugged in all the time. And it would switch over to the batteries when power went out, because the power was so bad here. Well, the problem is, if the circuitry is not properly designed and the cells begin to degrade, but it keeps trying to charge them full, meaning it's not monitoring individual cells, you can get an overcharge scenario. And this is what happens when that happens.
This is a little bit of an informational video for you guys. A few days ago, we almost lost our house.
The whole house was filled with smoke.
We almost lost this place.
There it is.
Oh, that's not good. That thing started to catch fire.
I grabbed it, ripped all the wires out of it, and chucked it out into the front yard. And now they're starting to light off.
Yeah. That's why I chucked it out there.
And then I go out and cover it with sand.
Holy shit.
You can't put water on it. Do not spray water on it. That'll just make it worse.
Bad. Yeah, that damn thing's still on fire.
All the best you can do is cover it with dirt.
It started smoking up inside the house.
Do not spray it with water.
I realized the lithium cells were popping off, so I chucked it outside.
If I didn't wake up...
more cells popping off. Oh, there's one of the 18650s.
No, that was my fire alarm in the house. it didn't do a damn thing. It didn't beep. It didn't do nothing. It just started popping off.
Put some more sand on it.
And that's what you do. At least you don't try to water it. You don't unless you have a chemical fire extinguisher made for that.
The lithium will react.
The batteries
in my bedroom.
They have their own oxidizer, and water will just make it more violent.
The lithium will react quite badly.
What you do is you just keep covering it with dirt.
Try to use water. You'd want to use a foam fire extinguisher, but don't attempt to put it out. Once these things start to cascade, that's it. You're probably not going to save anything. What you need to do is get the hell out of the house. Put it someplace where it can hit all these cells on the ground.
All those black spots, the cells coming out of the case.
You know, don't try to save anything.
Yeah, those things, they're dangerous. If not respected. Most likely what triggered it is poorly designed battery management software. Or, well, see, the problem with a lot of these units that use the small cells, especially when you start going up in power, as you go higher and higher in power, you really want to be careful about using small cells versus big cells. Because the nature of small cells is that you can't monitor each individual cell. So instead what you do is you put the cells in groups and you monitor each group. And what will happen is if one of those cells gets low and has less capacity, it'll get fully charged before the rest of the cell is fully charged. And if the gap is small enough, it won't be enough to trigger the BMS to safety shut off. And so what's happening is your battery's trying to fully charge and it can't quite get fully charged. Yet that one cell is already fully charged. So it's being overcharged, 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 and eventually it pops. And once it goes off, it takes the other cells around it with it. And now the reason this is less of an issue in, for example, a car, like an electric car, is because an electric car battery pack, EV battery pack, Let me try to find a good picture of one. So here is your typical many cells battery, and here's your typical electric car battery. So your typical many cells battery looks like this. So like, for example, this right here might be one battery. And then you'll hook these all in parallel, and then series. So your BMS will monitor this set in parallel. Oh, sorry. So your BMS will monitor this set as one battery. Well, the problem is if you only have one cell that's failing and your BMS software isn't properly made to handle it, this one cell could overcharge. Now, the reason this is not as big of a problem in an electric car is because an electric car typically uses a battery like this. So instead of using a whole bunch of little cells, it uses a few very large cells, which means now the BMS can individually monitor each separate battery. I think I can actually show you that. I think I have pictures online I can show you. Let's see here. Yeah. So here is data from Leaf Spy. And you can see the problem with the battery in my car. See these cells down here? These cells are bad. So while most of the cells are up here, these cells are all the way down here. And that's really bad. That's a bad battery pack, and they just refuse to warranty it. But you can see 1 through 96, because there's 96 individual cells in my battery that look like the other one. Not that one. The big square cells. And so my car's BMS is able to monitor every single cell in the pack. So if one single cell goes bad, my car knows about it. Here's a couple other ones. There we go. You can see how a couple of these cells are just really bad. There we go. And this is just not how it's supposed to be. A 275 millivolt delta is huge. This should be less than 100. So my car says it has 8 battery bars, which should be 30, 45, 7.5, so it's 15, and 15 is 30. So that my battery should have 68% of its battery life left, but you see my battery has 46% of its battery life left. And that's because it's averaging it out based on the bad cells. That should be a warranty replacement, and they won't do it. Because they know I can't afford to sue them. What are you going to do? But in a car, you can monitor each individual cell. Now, the early Teslas were made with these batteries. And that's why they could potentially be dangerous. Like the early Tesla Roadster. But that's why they plus the larger cells are simply more efficient. But yeah, modern electric cars typically the BMS can monitor every single cell in the battery. And that's how you avoid the battery going, nuclear. I mean, it's a lot of energy. You got a lot of energy in that battery, and if you give it a place to go where it's not supposed to go, you're gonna have a bad day. So apparently, one of the reasons I'm having trouble finding a circuit for this is because not many people do 1S lithium iron phosphate packs. Typically, it's a battery, not a cell. And since I'm trying to use just a cell, there's just not that many of these available to do that. Most of them are made for multi-cell systems. So, like what I wanted was something like this. This is a PD trigger, but it's the same thing as far as size. a simple little board where I could plug the source and battery into one end and a USB-C on the other end. And you can get it. Those are available. Here they are. These are available a dime a dozen. This one is actually lithium iron phosphate, but it's charging module only. So this would have charge protection, but not discharge protection. And so instead of doing this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this, since it can handle 12 amps. And then I'm going to use a PD trigger like this. I am showing you my screen, right? Yes. So this here is a PD trigger. I believe this one, how many amps is this? But yeah, this one is an adjustable one. You flip those dip switches and you can select 5, 9, 12, 15, or 20 volt output. Of course, this requires that the USB-C power supply you plug into it has that capability. So obviously, if you plug a 5 volt USB power supply into this, you're not going to get 9 volts out. I use these here. This is what I use for my stuff here at home. I love these little units right here. These are from eSager. They're a little hard to find, but you can still get them for about $5. These are nice because they'll do 33 watts. They'll handle everything up to 20 volts. And they have a power meter on the, like in here, there's actually a display inside there. And it shows you how many watts is being drawn. So you can tell how much power is being drawn. So combine that with this, and I now have a USB UPS. So this is about $5 or $6. This is about $2.50. These are about $2 a piece. So for less than $10, I have a USB UPS. So for example, on the I'm want to set up. I have a 2.4 gigahertz cordless phone setup, which I haven't set up yet. A good old school Panasonic, nice high quality set, and it takes 9 volts. Well, this puts out 9 volts. This puts out 9 volts. So now, not only will I have UPS capability on my cordless phone setup, but I'll convert my cordless phone to USB-C. So what I'm looking for, however, is this for lithium iron phosphate. I did find one. I did find I'll show you. LIFEPO for UPS. Also, lithium iron phosphate UPSs are becoming much more cheap, much more affordable. I found one. It's a little white circuit board. Wait a minute. Maybe I have to do LFP. Come on. I found it. I know it. It's in here. I've looked at it. You're going to make me hunt for it, aren't you? Think about getting another water distiller just because they're so cheap now. You can get them for $50. It's up to 73 again. Gotta wait for the price to come down again. It looks just like that, but it's white. There it is. So here's a lithium iron phosphate UPS board. And that's exactly what I want. And I can get it in 5 volt, 12 volt, or 9 volt. The only problem is it's low power. So for example, this 9 volt board, it's only half an amp. So that means it only puts out 4.5 watts. That might be enough for some things, but there's Like this here puts out 15 watts. This here gives me 15 watts. And so I'm really looking for, and it's even worse with this one. This one's 0.32 watts. So again, 4.5 watts. 5 volts, 1 amp, it's 5 watts. So basically they put out 5 watts plus loss. Now for this here, that's fine. There's a lot of things that run off 5 volts, 5 watts. No, the thing is, I have really bad power here. Like really bad power here. Like the power blinks all the time. And so number one, having it on a UPS will mean it won't turn off. And number two, if the power does go off, important things will keep running. For example, I can make sure the cat's watering and feeding bowls continue to run. And they're only USB powered. So something like this will power them just fine. The problem is, I really don't like the idea of using lithium ion. Now, for something like this, it's probably okay. 2 cells only has so much energy in them, even if they light off. So if I put this in a metal box filled with like fire blanket cotton inside, it's probably going to be more than safe enough. But I also don't like the idea that I'm going to have to replace these cells every 5 or 6 years. I mean, they're easy to replace. They just pop in and out. But still, it's annoying. If I could use that other cell that I showed you, that $12 cell, well, number one, it's 20 amp hours. Okay, that's 60 watt hours. That means it'll run that for 12, it'll run that full power of that board for 12 hours. That's pretty damn good. And like my cat watering fountain's probably half an amp, which means it'll run it for 24 plus hours with a single 20 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. And this will probably work fine for that. But for example, this will not allow me to do that with my router, because my router definitely takes more than 5 watts. So the idea is to, one, protect my devices from bad power. 2, make sure those devices don't flicker and turn off when the power blinks. And 3, to make sure those devices can keep running if the power goes out. Now, if I get enough power on these devices, especially if I daisy chain them, so you have to watch out for vampire draws. So, for example, it would be nice if I could, run stuff. What I need is 6 hours. I need to be able to run something for 6 hours. So ideally 8 hours, 2-hour buffer. And I need to be able to fully recharge that battery in 6 hours. So the idea initially, protect my stuff, not have to replace the batteries so often, and have a backup when the power goes out, especially if I'm not home. If one of us is home, it's no big deal. We can manually give the cats food and make sure the cats have water. But if the power goes out and I'm not home, the watering fountain stops and the feeder stops. And so the feeder has its own batteries inside that it switches to if the power goes out, but the watering fountain doesn't. But I ordered a 5-volt one of these. This is a 9-volt and that's a 12-volt. So I ordered a 5-volt one of these for the watering fountain, and one of these will run the watering fountain for hours. So I'm not too worried about that. And so just USB-C in, and then I'll just hook a USB pigtail to this end and plug that into the watering fountain. But for bigger things, down the road, not now, but down the road, I would like to work on time shifting my power usage. For example, how much power does my TV consume? Is there any way I can power my TV from a battery for 6 hours? Because if I can power my TV from a battery for 6 hours, then I can connect my TV to a smart switch. And I can program that smart switch that says, okay, at 4:30 p.m., turn off. And now my TV's running on the UPS. At 10:30 p.m., turn back on. Now the UPS recharges from the grid. Do you lose efficiency? Yeah, you're going to lose about 15%. But the price difference in electricity is 200%. So it's delivered 11.2 cents a kilowatt hour off peak and almost 22 cents a kilowatt hour on peak. So if I can time shift all of my power usage to off-peak power usage. Now certain things I do that manually. I do that with my electric car by programming the car not to begin charging until 10:30 at night. I do that with my hot water tank and my washer machine and dryer by simply not using them during on-peak times. But for little things, it'd be nice if I can automate that and also have a nice battery backup in the same process, especially fridges and freezers. It'd be really nice if I could do that with fridges and freezers. Well, it could be a game changer, except there's problems. So, for example, one of the problems is these things aren't designed for a 100% duty cycle. So when you start using them 24/7 around the clock, they fail quickly. Usually what happens is the little cooling fan inside fails. Then the BMS realizes the cooling fan failed and it kills the whole pack so it doesn't blow up on you. They're just really not designed for that kind of a duty cycle. That's why, oddly enough, even though the guy on YouTube didn't like it, I did like it. He had this battery backup, this battery unit that he was testing out, and he didn't like it because it different aspects he didn't like. But one of the things I loved was the fact that I could take the top of the case off, and the board was right there. It was all one board, which means I could replace the cooling fan with a really high quality, 12-volt double ball bearing 120 millimeter ultra quiet fan. And the problem is, well, for example, let's say I want to time shift the power usage for, let's say this is the cat watering fountain, and I want to time shift the power usage for this. So I plug it into this, and then this has enough power to run this for 6 hours. Let's pretend it does. Okay, let's say this has enough power to run this for 6 hours. So you think I'm good, right? Smart switch into the battery backup, into this, into the battery backup, into the cat watering fountain. Well, here's the problem. The smart switch consumes more power than the cat watering fountain. So now not only did you not save any power, you've increased your power bill. You might not even notice it if you don't do the math, because how much is 1 or 2 watts from this going to cost you on your electric bill? Next to nothing. Okay? But that's 24/7. So if this thing consumes 3 watts, let's say, let's bring up a calculator. So that's 3 times 24 times 365. That is 26,280 watts divided by 1,000. That is 26.28 kilowatt hours divided by 12, and approximately 2.19 kilowatt hours per month times an amortization of 0.147. So it's going to cost you 32 cents to run that smart switch every month. But it only costs you 20 cents to run the cat watering fountain. So you wasted your money. Unless you daisy chain them. So let's say I can figure out how to put, 10 of these little tiny gadgets on a single smart switch. So now instead of having 10 smart switches and 10 UPSs all trying to power 10 individual gadgets, instead you have all of those gadgets on the same UPS, on the same circuit, on the same smart switch. But the problem is that requires a bit of work. Now you have to run an alternative grid in your house because your house is not wired like that. So you would have to run your own grid from room to room to get all these little devices to all run off of the same grid so that you can run them all off of one UPS and one smart switch in order to time shift that power usage. It'd be much more efficient if this was internal to the device, but even then, the device still needs to keep something powered up. Unless, of course, the device itself provides the power for the time-shifting circuitry. But yeah, it's an issue. And you have to watch out for those vampire draws, which will destroy any savings you thought you were going to get. Most people just aren't used to thinking about tiny power drains like this. Like, I'm sitting here in this house, and I'm drawing, 600 or 700 watts. What am I powering? I mean, not counting what I'm doing right now with the stream right now, I'm consuming between 500 or 600 watts. Well, I have a refrigerator, and then I have that freezer, and this freezer, and that freezer, and 2 more freezers, and then I have a mini fridge, and then a tiny little mini fridge, and then I have the cat watering fountain. I have this light and that light, and then of course, all these devices that are turned off. Well, they, like, for example, the power supply to that dryer inside there, it's off, but I can see the green light on the power supply, which means that power supply is consuming power. Even if it's only 2 or 3 watts, that's 32 cents a month. Do the math, it adds up. If you have 30 of those, now you're talking, well, what does that come out to? So if you have 0.32 times 30, now you're talking $10 a month on your electric bill. Okay? So there's a huge chunk of potentially my electric bill right there, because my electric bill last month was $81. I have to minus the 25 monthly fee and minus about $10 in taxes and surcharges. So my electric bill was actually $46, not counting the fixed fees that I pay no matter what. And so 25 or what, 21, 22% of my electric bill could potentially be these little things consuming 2 or 3 watts each. That's why you'll see a lot of people, especially older people, they'll run things with power strips so they can truly turn it off. Because a lot of these things don't ever actually turn off. Could we design them better? Could we design them to be more efficient and use less standby power? Yes, but we don't, because for most people, the amount of power these things consume is minuscule. Where you get more information about how to do this kind of stuff is you start talking to off-gridder groups. Because you're going to see 2 kinds of people there. The simple ones, well, they'll take the easy path. Unplug everything. Nothing is plugged in unless it's being used. And this way you have no vampire draws. Or at a minimum, absolutely everything is on a power strip. Problem is, that's not convenient. I want to try to have modern luxuries and convenience as well as be efficient. I think the easiest way to do that is to simply get rid of the grid altogether for some things. So one of the things that I would like to do is I actually started buying supplies for this. I have the Romex for it. So I already have the wire. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run my own Romex, my own 10 gauge Romex from one end of the house to the other end of the house. And wherever I need to, I'll just cut, splice, and tap into that Romex. And that'll all connect to a single outlet. And at first, my plan is, can I do practical stuff first? What's practical stuff? Well, for me, that means charge my phone, turn on my lights, turn on a fan. That's practical stuff for me. So the lights are already there. Like right now, I'm consuming 36 watts for lighting. That's only because I lost one of the remotes. So my living room lights are on right now because that remote controls both. And I lost the remote that separates them. Well, it's here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. But right now I'm consuming 36 watts for lighting, plus whatever this little light bar consumes. Because I have this little light bar here that's lighting up my face. And then, of course, you have the ceiling fans, but I almost never run them on anything but low. And so I really need to put a meter on those and see how much power they actually consume. They're nice ceiling fans. These are Hunter 52-inch ceiling fans. And I need to see how much power they actually consume. I think the max power is 224 watts, but I think that's with incandescent bulbs and high speed. So it's probably under 100 watts with the LED bulbs and the low speed. And So the idea is, can I afford to buy enough batteries to run all of this for, say, 3 days? Okay, 3 days is what I want as a minimum. I'd like a week, but 3 days is a good start. So that way, if we have a cloudy day, no big deal. I have 2 days of reserve power. If we have a snowstorm that covers us for 2 days, it's okay. I have a 3-day reserve power. That's why ideally you want a week. And then put up enough solar panels to keep that battery charged. So in reality, the battery only needs to go overnight. The problem is, if that solar panel fails, well, you can't call up the electric company and say, hey, it's not working. No, that's your power company. You got to go out and fix it. But I think my base grid, meaning just my basic necessities, I think I can run all of that off a single solar panel. Like a single good quality LG 400 watt solar panel. I think that would run everything. Because that's going to get me 3.2 kilowatt hours per day. And that's like triple what I need. So even in the worst conditions, in the worst of the winter, I should still have enough power to break even. Add a second solar power and you've got plenty of excess now. And now the idea is, okay, well, what if I add another battery later on? Well, now I can add a few more things to that grid. So the first thing I would add to the grid would be my lights. I would actually do separate lighting. I've got a whole bunch of those 433 megahertz wireless switches, because what I want to do is I want to unplug my ceiling fan from the grid, cap off the wires for the grid power, and plug it into my own grid without touching the house grid wires. This way, if by some crazy fluke I manage to sell this place to buy a nicer place, I can restore the house back to normal grid power, because most people aren't going to want to deal with the crap that I want to deal with. And then the idea is run my lights off of the separate grid. At first, I don't even need solar power. At first, I can just have a lithium iron phosphate charger plugged into the battery and have that charger on a smart switch so that it only charges when power is cheaper. So time shift my power usage. And then when I have the money, I can hook up a solar panel and a charge controller to that battery and then turn off the lithium iron charger. Better keep the lithium iron charger as a tertiary backup. So the battery's primary, the solar is secondary, and then if both of those fail, I can turn on the grid power and use that to power the whole circuit. This way I have redundancy. And at first it would be lights and fans. That's it. Okay. Then it would be USB sockets in each room. So now you have USB power for doing things like charging your phones and tablets. And you can even run other small items off of that USB power, such as the cat water you found in a cat feeder. As I add more battery capacity, I can add more things that I can run off of that secondary grid and take them off of the primary grid altogether, not just time shift, but just remove them from the grid altogether. And because I'm running a secondary grid, I don't have to worry about the vampire costs of running, 30 different chargers and 30 different smart switches. And, the power draw adds up really fast. Individually, it's nothing. It's 32 cents a month. But you start 10 of them, 15 of them, 20 of them, 30 of them. It suddenly, I don't got 30 of them, really? You telling me? You don't think you have 30 of these things running in your house? Really? You don't think you got 30 of these running in your house? How much? 30 of these? You don't think you got 30 of these things in your house? How much you want to bet? You'd be amazed how many of these things you have. And then, I don't know. Do I need to? No. Is it going to save me a tremendous amount of power? No. I just want to. I just think it'd be fun. How self-sufficient can I get? How much of this vampire load can I get? What if we do have an extended power outage? how much of my normal everyday life can I retain without the power grid? Well, the more I can switch over to that secondary grid, the more, oh, the power went out. Okay, no big deal. I can't use the microwave. um, the the interesting thing is you have two kinds of problems once you go beyond lights and microelectronics. Once you go beyond the little stuff, you run into two problems: power and energy. Okay. So for example, my fridge and freezers. Um, those are pigs. They don't take a lot of power, but I have a lot of them. So let's assume each of the, like my fridge takes 25 watts on average. Cash, baby, cash. Lots of cash. Actually, if money were no object, that's exactly what I would do. I would buy a 10-foot little metal box, like a little shipping container that you could buy, like 10 or 15-foot little shipping containers. And they cut them down to like a little tiny box. And that's exactly what I would do. I would put that son of a bitch right behind the house right there, and that's where I'd put the batteries. And now they're enclosed in a metal box. Yeah, they can light up and catch on fire, and it won't matter. It's not going to hurt the house. Um, Ultimately, yeah, that's what you would do. But here's the problem. Um, well, yeah, I would have to cover everything with solar panels. The problem is energy and power. So, for example, this refrigerator takes no power. It doesn't take any power. This little $50 battery box, it has a 100-watt AC output. This can run the fridge or freezer. So this can do that. And this has AC input. So in theory, I got to test that actually and see if this can actually work as a UPS. Yeah, because this will run my fridge for approximately 3.5 hours. That's a 3.5 hour UPS, theoretically. That'll run my fridge for 3.5 hours. And I would need at least 200 watt hours to get to the 6 hours. And you'd want at least 300 watt hours so that you're not fully discharging the battery every time. The more you can avoid doing that, maximizing your capacity, the longer it'll last. But you can get 300 watt hour battery boxes like this for 120 bucks. The problem is the UPS circuitry to switch between AC and DC is just not robust. It gets unhappy when you try to use it 24/7. And so, well, let's do the math in my situation. I have 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 8 of them. So that's times 8. So that's 200 watts. Okay? That's not a lot of power. It's not. 200 watts is nothing. I mean, this little battery box right here will put out 700 watts and it's got 300 watt hour capacity. Let's see, what would that cost? Oh, how am I doing on Amazon this week? Probably not good. Ew, $46. That's not good. What is that total? That totals 1,720. Nope, we got to do November. 1,567. We are almost halfway into the month. So I'm a little bit behind if I want to hit that $37.50 to get that $115 bonus. This is a pipe dream. That's not going to happen for the 185, but this is doable. If I can get enough sales to get that. Anyway, oh, I don't need this McDonald's thing anymore. Let's see. Here's a battery box. Oh, here's a Bluetti. That one's probably even better. That's 129. So there you go. We can look at this. So I don't know if this one can charge and discharge at the same time. Now, one thing you have to be careful of is you got to make sure it can charge at least as fast as you're using it. So whatever the input power is needs to be equal to the output power you're going to consume, because that's what's going to be running everything. So you're going to need something a little bit better than this, most likely. Now, the advantage of the Bluettis is they have AC inputs. So here we go. Yeah, this one will do it. So this one's 129 bucks. It's only 204 watt hours. That's a problem. We'll get to that in a minute. But there's your AC input. And it'll do 0 to 80% in 45 minutes, which means it's charging at least 200 watts. Does it tell me? Yeah, 270 watt turbocharging, which means it's probably standard 200 watt charging. Okay, so this would do it. This would work as a UPS for all of my fridges and freezers. Ideally, you'd have 2 of these. One out here, one back here, so you don't have to run them all in the same room. But so let's say we got 2 of these. Okay, so here we go. We have, we're going to run 4 of them. So that's 100 watts. That's half the rated capacity for the charging, which is good. So that gives you enough power to recharge this and to power your devices. This also has a DC PV input, 200 watt max, which is good. Because remember, we want that 200 watts. We want 2 times whatever our consumption is. Since we're going to connect 4 refrigeration devices, that's 100 watts. This has a 200 watt max, so that's good. The problem is the circuitry in here, designed to handle all that, wasn't designed to run 24/7. And that's a problem. Because eventually what's going to happen is the cooling system in this is going to fail. A fan's going to fail. Capacitor is going to fail. This just wasn't designed for that kind of duty cycle. This is what we call duty cycle. Most of these things are designed for a 50% or less duty cycle. And now you're asking it to run a 100% duty cycle. I like the fact that it actually has a grounding port. That's cool. So when you plug it in, it's grounded. And when you're on PV power, you can plug a ground in. That's cool. I like that. I'm going to save that. And it's actually a decent price, too. The only problem is low capacity. It is lithium iron phosphate. It is a decent name. It's Bluetti. I don't care about the powerlifting. It charges at 200 watts AC, and it also takes DC solar input at 200 watts, which is very, very good. Now, you do have to be careful. It is a 28 volt max input. So, for example, you think, well, I'll just plug my, my 300 watt solar panel into this. Yeah, that's not going to work because that solar panel puts out 40 volts. So you're going to have to put a DC-DC converter on there and bring that voltage down below 30 volts so that you don't overload this. So yeah, theoretically, this could run my 4 freezers. And then here's the problem. This has enough power. Nice. Boy, I wish I can get a battery company to sponsor me. Oh, man, get access to some batteries. Urgh. But anyway, this has enough power. This has the connections. It has the power. It has both AC and solar input. You're thinking, this is perfect, right? Yeah, as a UPS, this is perfect. For time shifting power, this is not perfect. For running your fridge overnight, this is not perfect. Even if I bought one of these per fridge, that would only run my fridge for 7 hours. That's spending $129 per fridge. The solar panels we can deal with. We can hook a bunch of them in parallel, bring the voltage below 30, and then daisy chain them. Because wattage doesn't matter, voltage is all that matters. You could plug 1,000 watts of solar into this, and it's not going to care. It's only going to draw its 200 watt max. It's when you go over 28 volts that you're going to have a problem. So the problem here is not power, it's energy. If you want just 12 hours of runtime, half a day, at 25 watts, that means you need 300 watt hours. You need 300 watt hours of capacity, and you really want to try to stay below 50%, which means ideally you need 600 watt hours of capacity. That's a big battery. That's 3 of these. So let's do power station, 600 watt hour. So there is a 576 watt hour solar generator from Pecron for 190 bucks. That's actually not that bad, but that's only enough to run one fridge. If you decide to go with full capacity, you can run 2 fridges off that, which is not horrible. That'll run 2 fridges for 12 hours using 100% of its capacity. That's only 288 watt hours, only 288 watt hours. These are all worthless. They're way too low. Ah, here's one. That's 662 watt hours, but it's $229. Too expensive. So your best bet is going to be something like this. And that only runs 2. Now, this will run all of them, but now we're talking 200 watt hours, and you're only going to get 3 hours of runtime. This is the case where you're going to need a secondary battery to boost the capacity of this. So you can see it gets pretty unwieldy pretty quickly. It gets pretty messy pretty fast. It doesn't matter. We're only drawing 200 watts, which is 0.2 amps. So it doesn't matter. Our problem isn't power. Our problem is energy. Okay? We don't have a power problem. The amps don't matter. This will put out 600 watts. Okay, so 600 watts at 120 volts is what? Volts times amps equals watts. So 120 times 6, so this will put out 6 amps, 5 amps. We're drawing less than 1 amp. So it doesn't matter. Amps don't matter. This has plenty of power. It just doesn't have enough energy. Now, if I want to cook dinner, the problem flips. The problem becomes the inverse of the core problem, in that you don't need energy. I mean, yeah, okay, your microwave takes 1,200 watts, but you're running it for 6 minutes. So 1,200 watts divided by 60 times 6. I only need 120 watts, 120 watt hours to run that microwave for 6 minutes. Okay, so energy is not a problem. The problem now is power. You know, this only puts out 600 watts. That's not going to run my microwave. So you need a 1,500 watt, at least, power station. And it can't be surge. It has to be continuous. There's 1,000. That's kind of cool looking. Okay, so here we go. This will be a safe one. 400 bucks gets you 2,000 watts. And it's got 1 kilowatt hour. So I can run my microwave, 5 or 6 minutes to cook something, and I could do that 10 times before this thing runs out of power. So this here would be enough to run my entire kitchen. That's actually not a bad deal. I don't got the money, but that would actually run my entire kitchen. And that would allow me to even plug in 2 devices at once with the 2,000 watt the output, as long as I don't run them on high. No, you don't. I mean, how many amps do you think the little electric motor in your RC car takes? Depends on what kind of RC car, doesn't it? So, this here would be enough to run my coffee machine, my water boiler. This would be enough to run my my range top. This would be enough to run the microwave. This would be enough to run the air fryer. The only thing that might have a problem would be like running the rotisserie, or although this would run the rotisserie for a full cycle. I very rarely have to go past an hour on the rotisserie, hour and a half. And so that would be more than this could handle. So this couldn't run a full turkey on the rotisserie. But this could handle my daily needs of running my my microwave, my coffee machine, my cooktop, which is 1300 watts when I turn it on, but I typically run it at 800 watts. So it would run my cooktop for an hour and a half. So this would handle 99% of my kitchen needs. And then what I would do is I'd have a solar panel out in the front yard, and during the day when I'm not using the kitchen at all, this would just be sipping in power from the solar panels. And yeah, that would work. And in a pinch, I can plug in AC power to charge it up faster if I needed to. I already have one of these that'll do 2,000 watts, and it has 1.5 kilowatt hours of capacity, more than this one, but it's NMC cells. It's not lithium iron phosphate cells. So I don't want to destroy it trying to use it for that purpose. Let's see if they have anything better in that price range. Let's see. Now, this is kind of cool. It's expandable. One kilowatt hour, expandable to 5 kilowatt hours. It says 4 2,000 watt AC outlets, but what's its power capacity? 2,000 watts the max. Okay. Dual 100 watt PD outlets is nice. Well, yeah, that's a big motor moving an entire body. You know, you're a lot of mass. That's going to take a lot of juice. But also, that's 25 amps at 12 volts. So let's do the math here. So it takes 25 amps. I'm assuming it's running off 24 volts. Times 24. So you're pulling 600 watts, which means the 100 watt power bank could run your wheelchair. Not so much power anymore, is it? The only reason your amps are so high is because your volts are so low. You know, the lower your voltage, the higher the amps need to be. You know, that's why your phone takes, a 3 amp input from your USB power supply, but it's a 0.1 amp input from the wall, because that's the difference between, 9 volts, 12 volts, and 120 volts. Now, how much are the expansions? Here's an expansion. Okay. So why does the actual unit, the Mega 1, is only $389? Why is the expansion unit $800? Because the expansion unit is 2 kilowatt hours. The expansion unit is twice the number of batteries as the primary. That's why. Okay. So this is a 3 kilowatt hour setup. Ouch. It'd have been nice if they sold these as 1 kilowatt hour for the same price. That's annoying. That's really annoying. So it's expandable, but it's really, really expensive to expand. So as you can see, the problem you're going to run into is you either have enough energy or you have enough power, but you don't have both. Energy costs, power doesn't cost a lot of money, but energy does. $1,800 watts. Oh, that's a tiny one. Ooh, it's blue. I like that. Like, why do they always have to make them ugly? Make it nice looking. Wow, there's 1.5 kilowatt hours. Only 1500 watt on the AC though. That's annoying. So you have more capacity but lower power. Let's see. Let's go 2000 watts. Well, there's a 1000 watt for 300. That's not bad. There's 1800 1 kilowatt. There's a 2 kilowatt hour with 2200 watts output. Now that's nice. That's nice. The problem is, who is this company? How good is this product? Who the hell knows? I mean, no one knows. I mean, I have no idea who these people are. That's not a bad price, though. What's this one? That must be 3 kilowatt hours. You'd be better off buying 2 of these, because 2 of these will give you redundancy and twice the power. So you can run 2 2200 watt devices at the same time, and you'll have 4 kilowatt hours of power. And if one fails, you can default back to 1. Now, what's its solar input? Ah. What is the solar input power? Solar, 800 watts. Nice. Okay, nice. And you can mix solar and AC. The question is, will it smart? Like, is it smart enough to take the solar power and not use the AC power if the solar power is enough? Oh, nice. You can control discharge and charge limit. Now that's really cool. Because if you set your discharge limit at 20% and your charge limit at 80%, you will triple the lifespan of the battery. That is impressive. Most do not have that ability. Just being able to do that, set it for 20 to 80, which would give you an effect. Actually, even just 10 to 90 would give you 1.85 kilowatt hours, and it would more than double the lifespan of the battery. Yeah, that's impressive. That's actually really impressive. But again, the problem is, no matter how good the batteries and the specs are, how long will the electronics hold out? How long will the electronics last? But 800 watts, nice. What's the voltage limit on the 800 watts? Like, can I hook this directly up to 40 volt panels, 36 volt household panels? No, it doesn't. Well, I can't say no. What I can say is mine don't. Maybe yours does, but mine doesn't. I'm using non-standard fridges here. My fridge is a little tiny fridge. It only takes 25 watts. And I think my maximum draw at startup was 110 for 1.2 seconds. It was so short, it was hard to measure. But mine does not draw 15 amps. It does not. And neither does yours. 15 times 120, 1800 watts? No, I'm sorry. There is no fridge. There is no consumer grade US fridge on earth that draws 1800 watts on startup. No, I'm sorry. That's wrong. No way. Even as a surge, no way. 1800 watts? No, no. Unless it's some bonkers commercial fridge or some huge fridge with multiple compressors or something. Hang on. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I haven't run a full-size fridge in a very long time, so maybe full-size fridges really take a lot more power than I thought. Yeah. A consumer refrigerator takes 300 to 800 watts of power at startup, 3 to 6 amps at 120 volts, and that's not the running wattage. Yeah, the watt rating inside your fridge is the maximum rating. So if it says your fridge is 500 watts, that's the maximum it draws. So a 500 watt fridge, it'll say 500 watt on the sticker, might only draw 167 while it's running. Yeah, so you're looking at 300 to 800, not 1800. So 3 to 6 amps. And it'll be half of that if you're in Europe, because you're at 220, so you're going to be looking at 1.5 to 3 amps in Europe. So what refrigerator do you have that takes 15 amps to start the motor? I mean, if you vapor lock the damn thing, maybe. um, like if you turn it off and then try to immediately turn it back on again. Yeah, everything is saying between 300 and 800. Mine's even less because I bought them specifically for low power consumption. My refrigerator averages 25 to 30 watts per hour. That's why I got two of them. But yeah, no, I am not aware of any consumer refrigerator that takes 1800 watts. None. I just did. Am I not showing you my screen? I'm showing you my screen. I just did. I just Googled it. There it is. A consumer refrigerator requires 300 to 800 watts of power maximum. 3 to 6 amps at 120 volts. I mean, I did Google, man. um, hang on. Consumer fridge surge power. Yeah, that's what I thought. 2 to 3 times normal running amperage. That's why it's 3 to 6 amps on startup. Because no fridge takes 3 to 6 amps to run. That's just the startup current. You might be multiplying the multiplying. You might be thinking that the 3 to 6 amps is running amperage, and you're multiplying that to come up with 15 amps. No, they don't run at 6 amps. A fridge does not consume 6 amps. A fridge consumes 150 watts. Your average refrigerator consumes 1 kilowatt hour per day. 120 watts divided by 120 volts. That's 1 amp. Your fridge runs at 1 amp. It takes 2 to 3 times that for startup, which is why it's 3 to 6 amps for startup. 6 amps is going to be super fancy refrigerators that have like dual compressors and crap like that. See here? For example, a 3 amp fridge might momentarily spike to 6 to 9 amps for a few seconds. And that's going to be for a big or an old fridge. Modern fridges are nowhere near that. Once it's running, it's going to be running at about an amp or less. Here we go. Let's find a full size. These are mini fridges. We want full size. 33-inch, 20 cubic foot. That's your standard fridge. Okay, maximum, here we go. That's energy consumption. View full specifications. Energy consumption per year, 469 kilowatt hours. This is not showing me the proper number. So 469 divided by 12 divided by, no, 469 divided, 469, but Jesus Christ, would you freaking clear the goddamn memory? Divided by 365. Yeah, there's your average, 1.28 kilowatt hours per day, divided by 24 times 1,000. So that's 53 watts running power. So it's going to draw 3 to 6 times that. So let's call it 4 times that. So let's go 6 times 6 for startup. That's 8.9. 8.9 what? That's not amps. We're in watts still. I hit divide, didn't I? Yeah, idiot. 53 times 6. 318. So it's 318 watts. Volts times amps gives you watts, so 318 divided by 120. So this has a surge of 2.65 amps. Well, that's because they're cheap bullshit generators. Okay, so let me explain how generators work. Okay, now I understand what you're talking about. Okay. Is it possible that a 1,000-watt generator cannot run a 600-watt load? Yes. Okay, so a generator has 2 constraints on its ability to operate. One is the power limitations of electronics. So you have a 1,000-watt generator, it can't go beyond 1,000 watts. But it's a little bit more involved than that. It also has to run the gasoline engine. And that gasoline engine determines how fast the generator spins. Okay? So when you place a huge load on the generator, the engine slows down. The governor then needs to tell the engine, speed up. The problem is, if the load crashes the generator faster than the governor can tell the generator, speed up, the generator stalls. We had this happen when I was running a 3,000 watt inverter on the on our house back in Pennsylvania. When both the fridge and the freezer, and keep in mind this was a full size 26 cubic foot fridge, and this was a full size monster 30 cubic foot whatever it was a gigantic freezer. So these were monsters. Okay, if anything's going to draw a lot of power, it's these two things. When both those compressors kicked on at the same time, they were only drawing about 1,200 watts. Okay, but the car's engine couldn't throttle up fast enough to take that instantaneous 1,200 watt load all at once. If one freezer kicked on, you'd hear the car engine go, and then you'd hear the other fridge kick on, it would speed up. But if both kicked on at the same time, the engine stalled. It's not that the inverter couldn't provide the power, the engine stalled. And so what we had to do is we had to give the engine a little bit of throttle and then turn on the two fridge and freezers. And now the engine had enough RPM to get through the inertia of those two devices kicking on at the same time and the load that applied to the car's alternator, which slows the engine down. So yeah, if you have a 1200, you have a 1000-watt generator, and you plug a big honking fridge into it, and your generator's not in the greatest condition, or the governing is not in the greatest condition, and it's not designed to handle a 500 or 600-watt load going bang all at once, yeah, it's gonna stall the engine. For a gasoline generator, you usually want to have double what you need. So if you need 800 watts, then you want 1600-watt generator. If you need 1000 watts, then you want a 2000-watt generator. You basically have households you're talking about who needed 1000 watts and they had a 1000-watt generator. Well, no shit. The generator is going to puke its guts up when you try to dump that kind of load on it. You got to ease it into it. What you might need now, you might be able to get away with it. First of all, a cold fridge is going to take probably a little bit more power. It's not going to be more power, but it's going to be more energy. It's going to be that. So it might only be 4 or 5 amps, but it might be 4 or 5 amps for a few seconds instead of just 2 seconds. So instead of a 2-second, it might be a conk, because it can only handle it for a second or two. But once that fridge warms up, you should be okay. So what you could probably do to get around that is there should be a choke on your generator, and there should be a little arm connected to it. And if you grab that arm and just push it, you should hear the generator speed up. That should be your throttle control for the generator. Find that, and when you go to plug in your fridge, speed the generator up for a little bit. So when you're ready to plug your fridge in, make the generator go. It's going to be going pop, 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 pop. Speed it up, and now plug in the fridge. And now the engine will have enough inertia to keep spinning so that it can pump out those, 4 or 5 amps and get that fridge going. And then once it's going, you're probably fine. You can probably just let it go at that point. But yeah, you're just pushing too close to your either your inertial or your wattage limitations. But yeah, none of those fridges took more than 1000 watts. They just over inertiaed the engine on the generator. That's all. They stalled the generator basically. If a generator is overloaded, it doesn't turn off typically. Typically, the engine will actually go to idle, and it'll just stop putting out power. And there's a breaker on it. Well, no, most modern generators do not run their throttle at full nonstop. That's not how it works. They vary the throttle of the generator based on the load that's being demanded of it. That's why you will literally hear, you'll hear that when people, because that's stuff turning on. When you hear the generator doing that, that's it responding to more power being drawn. Yeah, unless it's a very old generator, which means it's probably not capable of 1000 watts anymore. Most, as far as I know, all modern generators throttle for power consumption. At a minimum, most generators have an idle and a power setting. So when the power draw is very low, they'll be running at an idle, and when the power draw goes above a certain threshold, the engine will idle up and run it up at a higher speed. But no, most generators do not run at full tilt. You'd be talking about a pretty old generator that does that. Anything modern is not going to do that. Most generators are designed to be run at 50% load. That's where they're most efficient. So if you have a 2000-watt generator, that's designed for a 1000-watt load. But it can handle 2000 watts if you need it to, but it's designed for 1000. So your 1000-watt generator is designed for 500 watts. And that is going to push a fridge. Your fridge is going to push that, especially if it's an old generator and an old generator and an old fridge. Oh God, generators are horribly inefficient. Well, they're not that bad. They're mathematically they're very inefficient, but they're really not that bad. Yes, they have idle and higher draw power. And most of the time, that's not full tilt. Your generator is not going to last very long if you run it at full tilt. It's just not. You're going to burn it up. You're talking about running under idle and running under load, which is not full tilt. And that's for older generators. Newer generators are dynamic. Newer generators will feather their throttle based on how much power you're drawing. Older generators have the dual mode, low power, high power. Think of it as low and high. You're only drawing a couple 100 watts, it'll be running at low. But as soon as you go above a couple 100 watts, it switches to high gear. But that high gear is not full tilt. I remember in the old days, we would connect a heat gun. Yeah, the newer ones are fuel injected. They're nice. I remember in the old days, we would connect a heat gun to the generator. And we would slowly ramp up the heat gun to allow the generator time to ramp up its RPM speed to get the engine running at proper speed. And then what we do is when we'd have our fridge and freezer on a power switch, and what we do is we would turn the fridge and freezer on and then turn the heat gun off. And in that time, it would switch loads, and the engine would still be running at the higher speed, and it would get through that. But that's because we had shitty generators. Yeah, little old Coleman generators that took forever to get running. Well, an inverter doesn't do you any good. It's useless. So I assume you meant an inverter generator? That's essentially what most generators are. Essentially, they're inverters. But the modern ones are much, much more efficient. But yeah, no fridge takes 15 amps. None. None. Maybe commercial. Oh yeah, commercial, absolutely, maybe. But a consumer, the fridge you're going to buy at Walmart or Home Depot or Lowe's or Best Buy or something like that, no. None of those fridges take 15 amps. Not even close. Not even half that. Now, a big difference between a generator and a power station is that there's no inertia. There's no lag. Either your power station has the power or it doesn't. It's 1, 0. It's binary. A generator, however, has inertia. That motor needs to be able to speed up enough to handle that load before the device turns off. And if it can't, either the generator stalls or the device resets and doesn't start up. Well, a lot of times we used to call that dirty power. So if your power is too dirty, your device might decide, I don't want that. I'm not taking that. Screw you. It's not that you can't produce enough power. It's that there's more to producing power than simply having enough power. Oh, I didn't realize I had plastic on that one. But yeah, there is no fridge that takes 15 amps. I'd be surprised if there's even a commercial fridge that takes that much power. There might be. But most of them are going to be 220 volts. Commercial refrigerators can go 500 to 1500 watts. But that 1500 watts is probably going to be for a 115 volt model. You're not going to see that at 220. Because remember, you double the voltage, you half the amperage. Do you know why the fridge is supposed to be on its own circuit? Are you aware of why? There's a reason we put a fridge on its own power, on its own circuit, and it's not because of how much power the fridge consumes. A fridge does not consume much power. The problem is a fridge contains perishables, which means you don't need some other stupid fucking gadget in your house popping your circuit breaker to your fridge. And then your $1,000 in food goes bad, okay? That's why a fridge is supposed to be on its own circuit. So that your stove doesn't make your food go bad. So your microwave doesn't make your food go bad. So the kid making hot chocolate doesn't run out of the house not realizing he tripped the breaker and all your food goes bad. That's why a fridge runs on its own circuit breaker. And it's also to make it easy for you to reset it. Oh yeah, that's the fridge breaker. Click. And usually a fridge is not on its own breaker. A fridge is usually it's a dedicated kitchen breaker, but there's usually more than one outlet on that breaker. Although it also depends when your house was built. There's going to be different code requirements based on where you live, when it was built, etc. That's why sometimes when you see somebody rehab a house, you'll say, I have to bring my house up to code. That's because the code was different when they built the house. And so now that because of certain thresholds being passed, they have to update certain things to bring it to code. But yeah, that's why you typically want a fridge on a dedicated breaker. Is not because of the power the fridge consumes. It's because of the power other shit consumes, knocking out your fridge, and then all your food goes bad. I mean, the perfect UPS for fridges is the Bluetti EP2A or EP3A. They're super cheap. You can get them for about $100. They'll handle 600 watts. The problem is the electronics just aren't very good. They're not robust. You know, they can't handle 100% duty cycle. I would really like to see somebody I mean, with things like PCBWay, it should be possible. I would like to see someone work on an open source power station, an open source UPS power station that's designed for a 100% duty cycle. Now, I guess they actually do have that already. I mean, we have it. You can get LIFEPO4. I'm actually surprised this is available so cheap. I wish I had the money because I'd buy some. Because they are really affordable now. This is not what I wanted. Why are you showing me this crap? None of this is what I want. Maybe I have to type LFP. None of this is what I want. Oh, it's in purple. You can't see that. It's available in purple. Why can't I find these? Really? Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Now, I don't know why these wouldn't come up. But yeah, look at this. This is the 600 volt amp, 360 watt, 76.8 watt hour lithium iron phosphate UPS for $140. This one here is also 600 volt amp. This one's 600 watt for 180. And it's 153 watt hours. Here's 800 watts, 230 watt hours. That's actually nice. It's only $10 more, and you get 25% more than 20. You get 30% more capacity. And that'll put out 800 watts. That'll be enough to run a 3D printer, and that'll run your 3D printer for 2 hours. Hour and a half, 2 hours. This is lithium iron phosphate, so you don't have to worry about the lithium batteries blowing up on you. But assuming these are made like your APC UPCs are, assuming these are made to that level of quality, this is not bad. This is not bad at all. I mean, I can't afford them right now, but I wish these were available when I bought this house because this is what I would have bought. Here's 1200 watts for 450, 300 watt hours. What I mean is it good like APC and whatnot? Well, yeah, it's too expensive. It looks like they're all one company, this Goldmate company. Yeah, I haven't seen any from another company. They're all Goldmate. This one's a different company. So I have no idea what kind of quality this Goldmate company is. So this is 360 watts. How many watt hours? Come on, how many watt hours is it? It's basic information. I hate when they don't give you the most basic critical information. What's the capacity of the fucking battery? Come on, what's the freaking capacity? Whoa, $76. But without having an idea of what the capacity is, what's the fucking capacity? What is the stinking capacity of the battery? Don't be stupid and give me output power. It doesn't care that I just called it stupid. Watt hours. Post your question. How can you post something like this without posting the capacity of the freaking battery? That's because the capacity is really freaking low and they don't want to post it. That's why. But it's 10 pounds, so it's not that light. It's a replaceable battery? Interesting. Okay, that's a pretty small battery. That looks like between an 8 and 10 amp hour battery. Oh, it's six. Oh, it's only 6 amp hours. Ouch. Well, that's not horrible. It's 72 watt hours. Okay, that's not bad. 72 watt hours is not bad. And 6 amp hours is a relatively common size. I wish it was bigger. I wish it was like a 10 amp hour because then you could fit a standard 6 or 7 amp hour in there, which you can buy pretty cheap. But that's not horrible. Okay, so 6 amp hours. 6 times 12.8. is 76 watt hours. So it's a roughly 70 watt hour battery. That's not bad. I'm okay with that. So if you connect a 70 watt load, it'll run for 1 hour. Well, that's what it's made for, you dumb shit. Why would you buy something rated at 360 watt hours and then complain about it being rated at 360 watt hours? You give Vine users a bad name, you moron. That's a good point about the joule rating, though. But then again, you can also plug it into a surge protector. Okay. So that's basically equivalent to one of these. These are handy little UPSs I've gotten. Now, what I've thought about doing is trying to get some of these UPSs cheap and upgrading them to lithium iron phosphate power, since they only put out a couple hundred watts. Even the you could fit a standard like 6 or 8 amp hour battery in there. And the nice thing about these, let's see, 8 amp hour LIFEPO4. The nice thing about these little batteries like this is you can charge them with a lead acid battery charger. The BMS will handle, you can plug your regular 12-volt car charger into this and it will charge this. And then this will turn off when it gets fully charged. It doesn't matter what the car charger thinks. So it should be possible to put these batteries into old UPS units. Now, you have to be careful because, for example, you have a unit like this, 800 watts. If you have a 800 watt UPS, so for example, this Amazon Basics UPS. I clicked you. Don't ignore me. Get bitten. This puts out 900 watts from a lead acid battery. If you were to replace that lead acid battery with a lithium iron phosphate battery, it will no longer put out 900 watts. And worse, this thing will try to, and then that battery's going to tell you, fuck you. That's exactly what that battery's going to tell you. So, for example, these batteries are usually rated at 1C. So this 8 amp hour battery, 12 times 8. That's 96 watt hours, so about 100 watts. You can draw about 100 watts from this battery before the BMS inside gives up the ghost. Maybe 2C. Let's see what the capacity is. 102 watt hour. Usually it'll tell you the max current. And you can also daisy chain them, but no more than a 4x4 configuration. So 4S, 4P, or 4S, 4P, but no more. It doesn't tell you. doesn't tell you? Up here, that's wrong. It's not lithium ion. It's lithium iron phosphate. Usually, unless it tells you otherwise, like see this says 200 amp BMS. So that means you can pull 200 amps from that. So you could pull 4 kilowatts, almost 5 kilowatts from that battery. Usually the one of the reasons these batteries are so cheap is that they are lower grade cells. They're the cast-offs from other parts of the industry. And so usually assume a 1C rating, and they can usually handle a surge of 2C for a short time. So you would need 8 of these to be able to handle the 900 watts this puts out. You'll have a lot of capacity. But yeah, just be aware of that. You're going to severely derate the power of the unit. What's at Costco? Are we talking about UPSs at Costco? You said screen. Yeah, I'm showing you screen. Okay. Hi, baby. Yeah, same price. These have gone up in price a lot lately. I remember when you can get these for $100. Yeah, $99 is a good deal. That's a good deal. Yeah, regular price is $149. But yeah, if you can get that for $99, that's a good deal. Now, what you could also do is simply look for a higher rated battery and then externally plug it in. So LiFePO4, 20 amp hour. Excuse me. Do not ignore me again. I will bite you. I don't care if you're made of metal. Really? 20 amp hour for $40? That's a lot cheaper than it used to be. Let's see here. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Come on, tell me. Supports 20 amp continuous discharge. Yeah. So it's 1C. Yeah, see, most of them are 1C rated. So this one is so um, 256 watts this can put out. 12.8 times 20. So when it's 1C, the watt hours is also your power limit. So this one, you would need 4 of these. But if you hooked 4 of these in parallel, you could replace the battery in the 900 watt UPS. So that's not bad. So for $160, you could replace the battery in your 900 watt UPS and have 8 times the operating capacity. 1 kilowatt hour versus half a kilowatt hour. No, more. 1 kilowatt hour versus 128 watt hours. Because you're going to get about 128 watt hours out of the lead acid battery. Although, usually those 900 watt hour units have 2 batteries. There's usually 2 batteries inside them. Let's find out. CYBERPOWER 1500 UPS teardown. Because if you derate it, if you could fit 2 batteries in there and you derate it to 500 watts, that's not bad. That is not the same thing, is it? That's a small one. Yeah, it's a small one with a single battery. That's not what I asked you for. There we go, 1500. I just want to see what's inside. But I believe the 1500 has 2 batteries. Yeah. So yeah, there's 2 batteries there. They are... What the fuck does that mean? 34 WPC? What the hell does 34 WPC mean? I hate when they come up with these new values. Oh, okay. So these are high output, short duration batteries. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Would you look at that? So it looks like it's about a 9 amp hour capacity. So you should be able to fit a single 20 amp hour battery in there. It might fit. And then you'd have a 256 watt capacity UPS. And then the extra batteries would have to be external. That's the only problem. Is that it would not be clean anymore. You'd have 3 batteries sitting next to it. At that point, you might as well have all 4 batteries outside of it and just hook it up to a plug. But you could convert it, and you could convert a busted CyberPower UPS into a lithium iron phosphate UPS. You would derate it from 900 watts to about 250 watts. But then you could uprate it as you add more batteries. So like next month, you buy 1 more battery and you add that. And then next month, you buy 1 more battery. Can you get bigger batteries at an equivalent price per watt hour? No. I know you can get 50 amp hour, but now you're getting into expensive batteries. This is supposed to be an O. $70 for a 50 amp hour. That's actually good. That's cheaper than the 20 amp hour. And that'll give you 640 watts at 1C. Okay. So that gets you 2/3 of your 900 watt capacity. I'm assuming it's still 1C rated. Doesn't say. It doesn't say, therefore it probably is still 1C rated. Yeah, 50 amp BMS. Okay. So you would need 2 of these, and that would get you 1 kilowatt. That would get you your 900 watts back. Or accept a derating to 500 watt hours, 500 watts. And no, we're talking about replacing the battery in a UPS. So we're talking about taking, one of these standard UPS power supplies and replacing the battery. So your typical one is going to be an 800 or 900 watt hour one, your 1500 volt amp, your CP 1500. What people don't realize is that these lithium iron phosphate batteries are lead acid compatible, meaning you can plug them into any lead acid device and the BMS handles the voltage difference. They're designed for it. Plug and play. And but what people don't realize is that these batteries are not high current batteries. They're not high output. So if I put this, first of all, this probably wouldn't fit inside the UPS. It'd probably have to sit outside the UPS and you just plug it in. But it's plug and play otherwise. As long as the UPS is otherwise functional, you'll now have a 640 watt UPS. So you'll lose 260 watts of capacity or of energy density. So you won't be able to pull 900 watts from that thing anymore. But most of the time, you don't need more than 600 watts. So for $70, you could replace the batteries for less than it costs to replace the batteries from CyberPower. What was that? 34 WPC? Or was it WRC? There it is. So yeah, these batteries are $33 a piece. So it's going to cost you, well, here we go. Here you got these here. I don't know if that's the high enough rating for the 1500 volt amp unit. But you're looking at about $70, $60 or $70 to replace the batteries. So for the same price, you can buy a lithium iron phosphate battery and more than double your capacity. Probably close to triple your capacity. And you'll never have to replace this battery ever again. Ever. The UPS will wear out before this battery will. Unless the BMS in here dies. That's possible too. But, yeah, that's interesting. The problem is I find people selling old UPSs that don't work anymore, and they want so much goddamn money for it. I was like, dude, it's scrap. I was like, I'll give you $10. I want 75. It's 150 new. Yeah, but it doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. I'll give you $10 for it. I was like, I'm the one taking the gamble that I can revive the thing. Because if it was a lightning strike, it's dead. There's not going to be any reviving that. But around here, people are so greedy. They want full price for everything around here. That's one thing I miss about Pennsylvania, man. I can get anything I want. It's so cheap. I mean, I found computers and microwaves and all kinds of crap for next to nothing on the... Ooh. That's cool. Too bad it's gas. Okay, let's see if I can find any UPS. See, they want $50 for this. That's not worth it. It's 67 brand new. It's not worth $50. $40. That's not worth it. That's not a 900 watt unit. That's a small unit. That's 1,000 volt amps. It's a little unit. That's just not. Ooh, there's another car like mine. Why is that only $2,200? Well, it's got 122,000 miles on it. I want a key truck so bad. I want one of these little tiny trucks. God, I want one of these so bad. They are so freaking adorable. Ooh, $40 for solar panels. Will you let me buy one for 40, or is that the price for buying 10? No, that's 35 if you buy 10. Oh, I might have to message him. I have to try to see if I can buy one. Give me a cat. I got you. Yeah, I got you. You're mine now. Yeah. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? Yeah. You're a good boy. Yep, you jump within range, you get grabbed. Yeah. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. He's got such a pretty coat. I love his little stripes. He's a good boy. Hi. Yeah. Mm, he's a good boy. Go ahead. He's a good boy. Oh, I know. They're ridiculous. But now that I know they're actually high output batteries, that it makes a little more sense. I didn't realize that they were actually rated for a higher output capacity. What? $40 for a solar panel. 3 foot by 6 foot. I really want to get a couple of these. I mean, I can't use them for an array because they all have to be the same panel, and there's no guarantee I can find the same panel later. But what I really want to do is I want to put one of these on the roof of each car. So, for example, put one on the roof of my Kia, and then I would extend it forward so that it actually projected out over the windshield. So I'd have the equivalent of a visor. You remember when we used to do this? Remember we used to put these on trucks? You got the moon visor and the sun visor. Remember that? These were really nice. I actually have one for my tracker, but it's no good now. My tracker's gone. But yeah, these little visors for the car, it gives you that bit of shade there. And what I want to do is I want to put a solar panel on the roof of the car and have the solar panel. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't show the screen. I want to put a solar panel on the car and have the solar panel stick out over the windshield like this. So that's going to do two things. First of all, most cars, I believe, are... How wide is my car? Kia Soul width. The width of a Kia Soul is 70 inches, 71 inches. 71 divided by 12. So it's 6 feet wide. Okay. So, in theory, I could put two of these solar panels on top of my car. If instead of putting them lengthwise, I put them widthwise, and then have two of them, that's 600 watts on top of the roof of my car. Not only is that 600 watts, but 600 watts is almost enough to charge the car. That's almost enough to charge the car. See, one thing I was thinking of is putting something like putting something like this. Let's see, where's the big one? Here we go. This 2 kilowatt power station inside the trunk of my car. This would be enough to charge my car at a trickle charge for 3 hours. No, not quite. 2.5 hours. I charge at about 860 watts. So call it 900 watts. So that's 1,800 watt hours. This is 2,048 watt hours. So that's at least 2 hours of charging. And then I plug two of these solar panels into it. And now I'm getting 600 watts of recovery, which means I can charge the car for 3.5 hours before that battery dies. And so if I drive somewhere, like if I go to the movies, I drive somewhere, I park, I then plug the car into itself, so it drains down this battery. charging the car while recharging from these solar panels. And then the next time I go, I don't have to recharge that battery. This battery doesn't have to be recharged because it's going to be recharging from these solar panels. And then something similar in a Kia, but a lot smaller, like this little 600 watt hour unit would be perfect in the Kia. Plug it in and theoretically, if I had one solar panel slide over top of the other solar panel, and then when I got where I was going, I slid the panel back, I could charge the car almost continuously just on solar power at a trickle charge. I mean, that would only add 5 miles per hour, but that's plenty for the driving I do. The problem is my goddamn car can't make it back up the mountain. So that kind of ruins that idea. But even just putting one of these on each car and then having one of these batteries in each car so that I can run shit like a fridge and stuff like that continuously would be pretty nice. Damn, that's cheap. Look at this, $200. Way too much money. $150. That's more than it cost new. I mean, this is $149 at Costco. I mean, what the fuck, man? This is the kind of shit I deal with around here. Like, what? That's brand new price. That's brand new. I mean, this is not horrible, but he wants $27 each with unknown functional capacity. I'll give you 27 for all free, and I'll take my chances. But 27 each? I can't justify that. And he posts this as if this means anything. As if this means anything. Of course he's using staples. That looks like he's using staples. What's that cost here? APC 650. Of course, he's not posting the Amazon price, which is $97. He found the highest price he could find. He looked around at all the stores and found the highest price he could find, $109, to somehow justify this $27 price. Well, considering where I drive, I don't care about drag. All my speeds are low speed driving, so I don't care about drag. Like, come on, man. Don't be so freaking greedy. That's actually probably not a horrible deal. 200 watt solar panel and the Opus box. It's probably not a horrible deal. Yeah, another one, $150. He wants full retail price. That's insane. What the fuck, man? Even this is $67 brand new. He wants $50 for it. That's insane. Again, this is 70 or $80 new. It's not worth 25 used. These aren't worth $85. He wants $50 more than it costs to buy this brand new at Costco. Now see, this is proper. $10 needs new battery. That's correct price. This is what it costs new. Oh man. I just don't get it. They think their shit's worth its weight in gold. This one's $30 but no battery. Come on. Okay, here's another one, more than retail. What do you gotta do? Oh, there's probably a lot that's stolen. The meth heads around here. Woohoo, yeah. Why did you miss the letters I typed? Why do you do that? Okay, so we don't want to do a search for solar. Solar panel. 240 watts for 75 bucks. That's not a good deal. $500 for 2 panels. Not a good deal. 50 bucks. Good deal. 85 bucks. It depends on how much power that is. $50. Good deal. Now I wonder why the $40 panels that we just saw aren't showing up here. I wonder why. Sometimes I have no idea what it shows me and why it shows me it. It's like, why does it do what it does? Why does it show it the way it shows it? I don't get that sometimes. The other thing I want to do is try to run a little bit of heat off of some solar panels. Just get a PTC DC, 48 volt heater or 24 volt heater and just jack it straight into one of these. Now 70 bucks for 425 watts, that ain't so bad. Yeah, but where are you located? If I can't pick them up, there's no point. Why? Why did you do that? What's the reason for why you did that? I have no idea why the hell it just did that. Like, why would you switch to that one? Ooh, 72 volts. Your problem with these panels is going to be converting that voltage down. Anyway, that's it. If anybody finds one of these circuit boards, this charge discharge UPS module for LiFePO, if anybody finds this for lithium iron phosphate with a more than 1 amp capacity, I'm looking for 3 amps, 15 watts. I haven't found one yet. I guess I can do a search. FEPO4 UPS. I guess I need to type in module to get rid of all the extra crap. BMS. I don't want BMS. I want UPS. Yeah, see, these are 1 amp, 1 amp, 1 amp. Although I wonder, can I daisy chain them? Like, could I take 3 of these and connect them together with their own individual batteries and get the same effect? Will that even work? I don't know if that would work. See, these are so cheap and so ready to go. You drop the cells in and you're done. You got USB input, your output. It's so easy. But nobody makes stuff like this for because this would also, I also need a PD trigger. So I have to buy a PD trigger for this as well. Although at that point, it might be better off just going with a 2S or 3S. But I don't see any for 2S or 3S either. I know it has to be available. I just don't know where to find it. PD 140 bidirectional? No. That's because they're using the off-the-shelf 12-volt lithium iron phosphate batteries, which are designed to be drop-in replacements for lead-acid batteries. This says lithium iron phosphate. That's pretty cool to have a 140 watt bidirectional. I'm gonna save that. 15 bucks isn't too bad for that. You can make a pretty nice little battery pack with that. Imagine a 6S of those 20 amp hour cells. Fuck. That would be that'd be a 100 120 amp hours. That'd be 300 watt hours, which is 6 cells. That'd be a beastly battery. But yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to make a lithium iron phosphate powered flashlight that we 3D print. We use this cheap little $2 light with this $1 board and a $12 battery. And then you also need a PD trigger. You don't need this expensive one. There's cheaper ones. I'll show you. PD trigger. 5 volt. There we go. There's a PD trigger for $1. So you set this for 5 volts. You take the output of this to the input of the this device here. And so this will handle communicating with your USB-C PD charger. And then you would solder the wires from here to the pads on here, and then the pads on here would solder to the cob light. I want to get these bulbs. It's a 12 pack of 3 watt bulbs for $3.59, but it's only cold white. I want warm white for my Christmas lights. Here you go. $1.79 for the light. It's stupid cheap. And then you just pop that light open. It pops right open, and you just cut the battery out, and you run the wires that went to the battery, and you run that to that board that we're looking at, to this board here, so that you can then turn that light on and off. And that's all you would need. The light, a PD trigger, this charge discharge board, and that'll give you up to 5 amps. That'll give you up to a 25-watt charge, because this will handle 12. But most chargers stop at 3 amps for 5-volt. So that's at least 15 watts, which is plenty. That's 60 watt hours, so 4 hours to recharge the battery, which is plenty. That's fine. But yeah, that would give you, that's all you would need. Yeah, that's all you would need. So you're looking at less than $20, including filament, and you could build a forever flashlight. Problem is, I can't really design anything until I have the parts. Yeah, the YouTube videos you see are this. They're talking about these kind of batteries here. These batteries here, they are 12-volt drop-in replacement, meaning the BMS, the voltage for 12-volt lead acid is close enough that the BMS inside these units can handle it and will handle starting and stopping the charging. So you can put these batteries directly into a UPS. However, you have to watch out for the watt rating. So for example, this 8 amp hour battery, 8 times 12, or it's 8 times 12.8. Basically, look at the watt hour capacity here. See that watt hour capacity? That's your maximum load capacity as well. So you cannot apply more than a 100 watt load to this. If you hook 4 of these in parallel, you could draw 408 watts. At that point, you're better off going with this one, because that would be $80. For $70, you buy this 50 amp hour battery. Matter of fact, let me add that, because that's a really good deal. And this will give you 640 watt hours of capacity, as well as 640 watts of output power, because it's 1C rated. Well, it is if you gang up. Let's see. I'm going to put it under Project Goodies. Actually, I should have put it under UPS battery backup. But oh well, it's under Project Goodies now. So what you have to do is either double up these batteries until you get the watt capacity you need, or you have to derate your UPS. So for example, for most people, you could just put this battery inside the UPS, and now instead of having a 900 watt UPS, you have a 600 watt UPS. And for most people, that's enough, as long as you realize you only have 600 watts now. It's not dangerous if you go over that. It might even handle going 10 or 15% over that for a short time. Some of these have a little bit of a wiggle room, but what'll happen is eventually it'll turn off. The BMS will say, that's it, I give up, and it'll turn off. You know, it's not going to blow up or anything, it just won't work. But whatever the watt hour capacity is, that's your watt limit as well, because these are all 1C discharge. So 50 amp hour battery, 50 amp discharge, which is 640 watts. Now, if you were to put 2 of these in there, now you would be able to uprate your UPS, or not really, because it wouldn't do it. It would still limit itself to 900 watts, but now you would be comfortably below the capacity of these 2 batteries. But now you're spending $140. Now the good news is, what if you do this? They can be. Lead acid can be. Let me show you. That's something I just discovered today. Come on, bring it up. Ah. So these here are what's called a 34W battery. That is a rating of how much power they can put out. Apparently they do, just like any other battery, they have, you know, regular rate batteries and high rate batteries. Like the gel cells that you see in your emergency lights, you can't stick them in your UPS. It ain't going to work. You need these high output batteries. They're basically made for high output, short duration. That's why they only run for 15, 20 minutes tops. So like, for example, you see this one here. This one here puts out 34 watts. This one here puts out 204 watts. See the difference? And look at the difference in price too. Wow. Oh, no way. The same. What the hell? That's weird. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, 100C will do that if you have the wires to handle it. Wow. But the reason these 12-volt batteries are so cheap is because they're basically cast-offs. They're the C-grade batteries off the line. They're just not made to the high power standards that they need. But they can use them for low power things like this, 1C rating things. There's a lot you can do with 600 watts. And of course, you could put this in a 4P configuration, and now you have 2.5 kilowatts. And you could do a 4S 4P configuration, and you have, 10 kilowatts of power. There you go. That was the problem the guy who broke the world record with the quad was having. He was drawing so many goddamn amps from the battery, it was literally catching on fire in midair. And he was only applying power for seconds at a time because that's all it can handle. But yeah, that was his problem, is keeping the thing from burning itself up. It would literally just melt and catch on fire right in midair. But they did it. They got well over 300 kilometers an hour in a quad. That thing is buggy. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, you bastard. I lifted my leg up and it cramped. Oh, that hurts. Come on, settle down. Oh, that hurts. Damn. So what you can do is you double up. You can put these batteries together, but no more than 4S 4P. No, you can do 4S 4P or both 4S and 4P, but no more than 4S. You can't do 5S. No more than 4P. You can't do 4P, and no more than 16 in total. And the BMSs will all manage that. But that's why you can do this. So as you know, for example, this would be great if you were to take this, for example, like say you got a 900 watt one for your 3D printer because it draws 700 watts. Well, now throw one of these batteries in it for $70, and now not only do you have 640 watt hours of capacity, but let's say you hook that up to your 300 watt TV. Well, now you can run your TV for 2 hours. Put two of these in there, and now you can run your TV for 4 hours. So the power goes out. Okay, come on, let's watch a movie. No problem, you see? You could plug your DVD player, your TV, and like a single lamp into all this and, watch a movie while the power's out. That's interesting things you can do. And this is also a good way of getting UPSs on things like refrigerators, where what you need is capacity, not power. But you don't need a big giant, 900 watt UPS for that. The advantage of using the larger UPSs is that they're usually built better. But this is a case where I would take like one of those $27 360 watt UPSs, and I would plug this battery into it, and now that would run my fridge for what? 6 times 4. That's 24 hours. In fact, that might be what I do. Holy shit, I didn't think of that. That would run my fridge for 24 hours. Which means I can run 2 for 12 hours, which would allow me to time shift. And I can run 3, 75 watts. 2 hours is 150. That's 8 hours. I can run 8 hours on 4 of them. So this would power 4 of them for 8 hours on a single UPS. Ooh, that would be enough to 100% time shift my power usage for less than $100. What would that save me? Would that even be worth messing with? I mean, I want to do it just because it'd be fun. but would it be worth doing it as far as power is concerned? So let's assume 120 watts times 8 times, it's 6 months out of the year. Let's do the math on this properly. 4:30 to 6:30 is 6 hours times 365. That's 2,190 hours. You motherfucker. Now let's do the wintertime hours, which is let me look it up. CNMEC on off hours. It's time of use. That's what I needed. Here it is. 6:30 to 9 a.m. for 6 months. So that's 70. That's 2.5 hours. That's 2.5. So 365 divided by 2. So it's 182 times 2.5. That's 455 plus 455. That's 2,645 hours per year. That's 120 watts per hour times 2,645. That's 317,000. So divided by 1,000. That's 317 kilowatt hours. My normal combined cost. So this is our hours. This is our working numbers. My normal combined cost is 317 times 0.147. So $46 per year. So 317 times point. No, that's for. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I gotta figure that out. No. So that's, I gotta do peak time. 317 times 0.21. So 6657. 317 times 0.112 is 35. So 66 minus 35.5. So I would save $31 a year. The ROI is 2 years. 3 years. A 3-year ROI is not freaking bad. This would pay for itself in 3 years. And I would have the peace of mind of my stuff not churning off and getting zapped. Oh, that's interesting. Now, this is not quite that. I lose 10% roughly in charging efficiency losses because I still have to consume that power. But I'm gonna pay for it at the lower rate plus the 10%. So times 0.9. So I'm saving 28 times 3, $84 in 3 years, which is about what it would cost me to build the box. So 3-year ROI is really not bad. Matter of fact, 3-year ROI is amazing. People install solar with a 20-year ROI or 25-year ROI. So that's actually worth doing. Huh. So basically, time shifting would pay for the UPS. Wasn't that interesting? What's the ROI if I do just one? So for example, it's $40 for a 20 amp hour battery. That's more than I need. About 10 amp hour. No, that's not enough. I need 6 hours minimum. I really need 8 hours. And that's assuming it recharges that battery in 8 hours. It's got to be able to recharge it from 10:30 to 6:30. That's 8 hours. So it's got 8 hours to recharge that battery, but it only has to run for 2.5 hours the second time. So I need 25 times 8. So I need 200 watt hours. So I need at least a 20 amp hour battery. Pity. Yeah. There's no way around that. The real way to save money is to double up. You go with the 50 amp hour, and now you can run more units. 15 amp hours, not enough. It's close. 192 watt hours. That might do it, but it's only $4 more for a 20 amp hour. We saw one for $41 earlier. Yeah, $41.99. Interesting. Let's assume I got it $41.99. Let's assume I get the UPS for $10. Like I go to a thrift store, I find them, I wait until I get them for $10 because I only need 100 watts, so any UPS will work. Um, so well the ROI's about 2 years. It's actually cheaper. Wow. Okay, so 42 plus 10. That's $52 divided by 2 is 26. I'm saving $28 a year. So the ROI is 2 years, even if I had to do one for each fridge. Okay. I mean, it would take me a while to save up the money because I'd have to do it one at a time, of course, but interesting. So now the trick is to find dirt cheap UPSs. Let's check eBay. eBay's probably not the greatest place to do it, but sometimes you can get UPS bulk lot. Why is this coming up? What does this have to do with UPS? What? Does anybody else see what's the connection between? It's just ignoring what I'm putting in. It just literally just ignored what I put in and just showed me random shit. See, $11.75, but then $21 shipping. This is what I need. I need these little ones, these little tiny ones like this. I don't need the batteries. I need the UPS units. So that's not going to work. So the only way I'm going to do this is to go to thrift stores. I'm going to have to stop at thrift stores, just get lucky and, find cheap UPSs. Oh, that's why it didn't. I misspelled it. There we go. I knew I can get copper heat sinks really cheap. Foamed copper, huh? There we go. So find the appropriate size copper heatsink to add to the flashlight. Probably 20 by 20 or 25 by 25. Or probably even a 30 by 30, just go big. Boy, does the price go up when you get bigger. The sweet spot is, that's a sweet spot, 35 by 35. I think I'd rather go with the 11 millimeter tall. Or just go by 1 inch, 1 inch. But man, you get a lot more heatsink for $1 more. Well, no, they're both, you're getting an extra, well, yeah, that's 100 square millimeters for $1 more. So I think 35 by 35 is probably your sweet spot. Let's add that. I can't do it now, but eventually. That's easy enough to design for. Okay. That'll greatly extend the life of the LED. Because the LED is just a plate. Don't even need a fan. With that much copper, just passive cooling is enough. Taller would be nice. You know, like a 30 millimeter tall heatsink. That'd be nice. Could heat pipe to a second sink, but we're doing, that's overkill now. In October, they canceled shared accounts. Really? They don't let you share accounts anymore? That's lame. It's doing horrible right now. I am at, we're 12 days in and I'm at $46. Although that's better than the last 2 months where I didn't even make this much for the whole month. So I guess I'm already doing a hell of a lot better than the last 2 months. $46. I am at $15.67. I need to hit $37.50 to get that 115 bonus. And I desperately need that 115 bonus because this month I'm only going to get $44 from Amazon, and next month I'm only going to get $39 from Amazon. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh boy, is that gonna hurt. Really? I mean, they only allow 1 adult on your account. Why be dicks about that? Oh, so they're just turning the existing account into a different account. Well, no, this is just the existing account. Oh, you got to wait 12 months before you can jump to someone else's Amazon family account. That's interesting. It doesn't look like it's separate though. It looks like it's just what it was existing. I want to get this, by the way. I'm gonna get this later. Uh-huh. Ooh, it's only 98 cents. They lowered the price. It was $1.32. Yeah, pumpkin spice pudding mix. I really want some bad. That sucks. So yeah, I basically have to a little bit more than double my current take to get that 115 bonus. Well, yeah, if your husband's primary, then you should be fine. I would look into it. Did they give you a reason? I mean, you're not even gaming it. It's if he's your husband, then it should be fine. Unless, yeah, me and Michelle's on my account as my secondary. Let me switch off of this so I don't show something I'm not supposed to show. Well, let's see here. Yeah, I think something's goofy with that. I think you should be fine. Your Amazon family. Yeah, Michelle's still on mine. Yeah, I would check. If he added someone else, then that would kick you. Because he would have to kick you to add someone else. That's the only way I could see that working. I would find out. You should be fine. Yeah, they're just giving it a new name. Instead of calling it Amazon Household, or calling it Amazon Family. But you're still allowed to share it with one adult, 18 or older, and 4 children. So you should be fine. I'd give him a call. Okay. All right. I'm gonna make some dinner and I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna make some chicken and broccoli. I'm in the mood for broccoli tonight. But that's it. I can't think of anything else. Just I don't want to leave you guys hanging doing nothing. Because I had to take this appointment for the eye doctor this morning. Otherwise, I would not have been able to get another appointment until January. That's when my next appointment is, January. January 16th, I think. Yeah, January 16th, a Friday. Like, really? I can't get a Tuesday? I'm going to ask them to keep an eye out for a Tuesday opening for me. So I can combine it with the same day I go see Michelle. But, God, I wish my electric car worked right. There's no reason I should have to be using my gas car for all this driving. I mean, my electric car should be capable of driving 60 miles round trip to go 70 miles round trip to go see her. Maybe I'll write a letter to Nissan Japan and see if they'll do anything, but I doubt it. Yeah, it's because they're overworked, they're understaffed. Screw the insurance companies, that's what I say. I'm gonna see if I can get some dimensions for some of these parts that I ordered, and to see if we can begin designing this flashlight now. Because I'd like to start designing it. That's something I really want. I think I can use it. I'm gonna order 2 of the batteries, so I'll be able to make 2 flashlights. And I gotta order a couple other parts. And I need to order another BMS. I think I only ordered 1. And so I'll have to order a second BMS, but I'll make sure I order 2 heat sinks and 2 PD triggers. And what is the power rating of this thing? Yeah, right. You're gonna read that. Sure. Yeah, right. uh, Type C output, 5-volt, 3 amps. Okay. So it is limited to 3 amps. Now, theoretically, it's a 20 amp hour battery. So at 1C, I think you can handle a 5C, but at 1C, that's 60 watts. I can charge that at 60 watts. So if I could find a dongle that puts out 5 amps at 5 volts, and that'll charge at 25 watts. That's pretty good. That really was amazing how quickly both of you got in. It was like instant. Like I went, and then you were both there. It was amazing. Well, you got to get your nails done. Yeah, get those long, sharp ones. And then at the Rocky Mountain Rep Fest next year, go at it. That's it. All right. Damn it. I'll see you guys later. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I might not even make any dinner. I had a hamburger earlier. I might just have one of those ice cream cones and just go to bed. I'm tired. Where's my cat? Yeah, my cat's here. I'll torture the cat a little bit before I go to bed. Oh, always, dude. Like I said, this month, my normal income is usually about $400, which is, believe it or not, is enough. I mean, I paid my car insurance, so I'm good until April. I've got 2/3 of my property taxes collected. I got $400, so I only need another 160, and I'll have enough for my property taxes. So I'm good for that. They're not due till December. I'm caught up on my electric. I'm almost caught up on my water bill. I'm still catching up from that ridiculous month where they say I used 2 years worth of water in 1 month. My phone bill's caught up. My internet bill's caught up. I'm caught up on all my bills. I mean, I'm not, except for my water bill where I'm still about $120 behind. I'm not behind on anything. And right now I've gotten lucky. It's 65 to 70 degrees during the day. It gets to about 35 at night. So it gets a little chilly, but I got a down-filled blanket, so I'm not worried about getting cold yet. But I've been able to leave the heater off, which means my electric bill's been about $80. That's freaking huge. And every month I can do that is, another $100 savings. And I've been taking the extra money I have to pay down that water bill. The only problem is that required using LIHEAP now. I don't normally use LIHEAP until January, February, which means now, January, February, I'm not going to have it because you only get that once per year. And, well, I made my electric bill $80 by not using it. I mean, I get 1 shower per week. Otherwise, I wash up in the sink. I treat myself to 1 shower per week. It's cold enough that I'm not sweating. I do laundry once every 2 weeks. And I do 1 heating of the hot water tank for the laundry. And I do as many loads as I can inside that 50-gallon limit. And I run nothing. I have everything in the house unplugged. Just my lights. And I don't even use the TV except when I'm streaming. I deal with the goddamn ads, and I use my tablet to watch right here, Dub. I use my tablet to watch YouTube because my tablet only takes 7 watts running versus the 200 watts for the TV and the 70 watts for the computer. I've just been cutting everything, just cutting power to nothing. And while I can, because at some point I'm going to have to turn on the heater because it's going to get too cold. And so the longer I can delay that, the better. And that also means I haven't turned on a 3D printer in 2 months. Okay, because turning on a 3D printer, that's $30. If I were to run it, 24/7 to do actual projects, You know, you're talking $30 each. But awesome, dude. I appreciate it. And Zell's the best, no fees. Zell rocks. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But I'm doing it. You know, I'm managing it. You know, my biggest concern now is if that car breaks down, I'm screwed. God, if that car breaks down, I'm so screwed. You know, if it's just brakes or something like that, I can handle that. But um, Logan's been helping me out. My medicine, the insurance does not cover the medicine for my eyes, which he thinks might be working. That was $54. Logan sent me the money for that. Well, no, I won't. I like I said, I'm transparent and open about this shit. You know, I don't hide nothing from you guys. Um, but you know, things aren't bad. You know, they're not horrible. You know, I'm living on next to nothing, but all the preparation that I did to prepare for this eventuality, well, now that's paying off. Um, you know, I prepared by stockpiling. When I was in Vine, I stockpiled everything. I mean, I'm down to 4 rolls of toilet paper because I use a bidet, and it just, you know, it eliminates the need for toilet paper. But I had 200 rolls of toilet paper. You just see how much toilet paper is now. It's ridiculous. It's like there's no reason for toilet paper to be what it costs. It's stupid. But I have enough laundry detergent for years, for almost a decade. I have enough pasta for 5 or 6 years. I have enough dish soap for 5 or 6 years. I have excess of pretty much everything. I got extra bulbs. I got trash bags out the wazoo. I got dish detergent. I got dish towels. You know, anything I could possibly need. Any spare money I get to spend on Temu, I buy clothes because most of my clothes are 10+ years old. They're getting long in the tooth. And cool, yeah. Or Starbucks, whatever you want. I don't care. I want to get those little jars of liquid gold. Have you tried the bourbon um the bourbon iced coffee from Sonic? Pretty damn good. It's not as good as the toffee, the one they had last month. It's not as good as that one, but it's still pretty damn good. The only reason I've stopped getting it is because their nugget ice machine broke, and it's not as good without the nugget ice. I want a nugget ice machine. Normally I don't do ice because it's like ice, yuck. But once I got an iced coffee with that nugget ice that you could chew, and you know the nugget ice, let me check. It gets surrounded by the iced coffee and you chew it. It is so freaking good. Oh my god. Logging into the Sunward. Not yet, but it can take a couple minutes. I'll refresh it in a couple minutes. Um, the Oh, by the way, if you guys ever destroy your mouse and you need a quick mouse, you know, a decent mouse, cheap, um, Logitech, they have these mice at Walmart for $10. It's not bad. I wish it was 3 mode, Bluetooth and dongle, and it also doesn't use their universal dongle, so be aware of that. But for $9.88, not bad. The um But yeah, I I spent a lot preparing in the past for when things wouldn't be so good. And that's paying off in huge dividends now. I mean, just absolutely massive dividend payoff now. Um, the Because I don't have to buy that kind of stuff. I have enough of that stuff in storage that I could just, if I need it, I just go out and get it. And I mean, even like things like oil, I have like 30 quarts of oil for the car. So, I just add oil whenever I need it. I drive so little that I just do an oil change like once every 2 years and top up the oil. And for my local driving, I use the Leaf, so I don't use anything. I just ordered. I should have them in a couple of days. I just ordered some of those new screw plugs for plugging tires. One of the problems I have is a plug kit's only like 10 or 15 bucks. It's not expensive. The problem is the strips dry out and the rubber glue dries out. And the strips and glue cost almost as much as buying another kit. So instead, they have these new ones that look like wall anchors. They're like little rubber screws, and they have rubber glue already attached to them. And so all you do is ream it, screw it in, and you're done. Oh yeah, I live off of that. Oh boy, do I live off my non-perishables. A lot of that stuff came from Pennsylvania. A lot of that stuff came with me. Most people don't realize that canned goods last basically forever. The only thing that changes is taste goes away and nutrition goes away, but it doesn't become bad for you. And in reality, taste and nutrition last 10 or 12 years, no problem. And so you just got to make sure you practice FIFO, first in, first out. So use the oldest stuff first, put the newest stuff in the back. They are starting to become more available. What's starting to become more available? Oh, the K trucks. Yeah. Well, the problem is, well, first of all, you have the problem of people doing dumb things with them. And so, of course, politicians take advantage of that to ban them. Um, that's always a problem. But yeah, the problem is they're a very high cost, especially if it already has a title. But yeah, what would also be awesome? I would love to get a city car. Oh man, I want a city car so bad. They are so freaking cute. It's a road legal golf cart, literally. It's a road. Look up city car. It's a little pyramid shaped car. It's so freaking awesome. Just for driving around town, that would be amazing. That would just be so freaking awesome just for driving around town. Oh. And that's something you could truly solar power. And what's crazy is it would take a while, but I could drive that into Albuquerque if I took 66. Downhill's no problem. It'd be a little slow coming up the hill, especially with my fat ass in it. But oh man, that would be awesome. It's amazing. Back in New Jersey, you can get a golf cart relatively cheap, like under $1,000. You can get a golf cart. Out here, you ain't touching a golf cart for that price because they're more usable out here. A lot of the cities, as long as you're not stupid, they let you use them to drive around town. And um, nice. You got all your reviews done, Jerry. I just saw your post about you getting your Vine reviews done. Yeah, the K trucks. The K trucks are just they're so useful. They are the utility vehicle is what it's supposed to be. Well, I got two little 3-pound turkeys. I got some cranberry sauce. I got some yams. I got brown sugar, and I got mashed potatoes. So I can make Thanksgiving. I'm gonna hit Smith's again and see if I can get some more of those pretzel rolls on clearance. They were good. They had some pretzel rolls on clearance. Oh, error. Retry. Oh, it's not letting me do it. Roof is probably a little smaller. Well, yeah, the problem with the key trucks is the will I even fit? I'm a big critter. I'm like 3 Japanese dudes. You know, I'm a big critter. It drives me nuts that Europe is getting all these cheap, affordable, local electric cars, and we're getting none because our lawmakers won't allow it. Still hasn't come in yet. It'll come in eventually. Oh yeah, I got the notification. I got the notification that you sent it. It just hasn't shown up in my account yet, so it'll take an hour or so. But yeah, I got the email saying it's on the way. But we don't get those cheap electric cars, and part of the reason is bureaucratic nonsense. Part of the reason is um, our local car companies don't want cheap cars being available, and part of it's legitimate. I mean, could you imagine taking a key truck on Interstate 40? You want to die? You're gonna die, buddy. And you just know somebody would. Okay, even if it's capable of going fast enough, it's a bad idea. I mean, if a 4,000-pound car hits a key truck, you're done. I mean, you don't even have the body of a Geo Metro wrapped around you to allow you to bounce and survive. You're just done. Those vehicles were not made to mingle with these other vehicles. And that's part of the problem, is that we don't really have we don't have much separation between our highway traffic and our local traffic. And that's a pity, because America could really use some of these really cheap vehicles. Well, the problem is there's a practical limit to keeping them on city streets. So define city streets. Well, city streets would mean no taking 66. Yet I think it's perfectly okay to take a key truck on 66. So, you see what I mean? And the problem is, how do we define that? I mean, we have rural roads out here with a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. I'm talking single track, one each way, roads out here with a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. My dirt gravel road in front of my house is a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. That's because we're rural, so the speed limits tend higher because you got less people, less congestion. So what it really needs to be is there needs to probably the simplest thing to do would be to have an endorsement for it, kind of like a motorcycle endorsement where you have to go get motorcycle training so that you don't murder yourself in day one riding a motorcycle. Have microcar training just to train you. Okay, these are the kinds of roads that you need to stay off of. Okay, don't get on I-95, don't get on Interstate 40. Yes, 66 is the highway, but that's safe. It's okay to get on 66. Just don't be stupid. But definitely stay off the road with this. Basically any road that has a semi-truck going highway speeds. So if semis are doing highway speeds, you probably shouldn't have these cars on that road together. That doesn't fix it, but that would help. I don't know. And then you have the stupidity of our e-bike laws. You see, the problem is we. This is getting political, and I hate getting too political, but basically our driver's licenses are permits to drive. Driving is supposed to be a right. The Constitution makes it very clear that driving is a right, not a privilege that can simply be handed out willy-nilly. That doesn't mean it can't be taken away from you if you abuse it. And that's another mistake people make. They think, well, because it's a right, that means you can't be punished. That's not how that works. It'll be interesting as long as they get the cycle life high enough. The biggest problem we have now is we already have a battery chemistry that works. It's called lithium iron phosphate. What we need to do is bring the cost down. Now, if sodium has similar characteristics to lithium iron phosphate and they can bring the cost down, that's what we need, because that's where all the money goes. When you buy an electric car, the reason that car is $50,000 or $60,000 is not because of the car, it's because of the battery. So if they could bring, and prices are coming down dramatically, just not fast enough. And the other problem is no one seems to be willing to make a bare bones affordable electric car anymore. The closest is the Leaf, and that's still creeping in price. What we need is a sub $20,000 brand new electric car. You know, we need the Ford Maverick that's electric. You know, a bare bones, simple car that has a big battery. That's the problem. It needs a big battery. The car needs a 300-mile battery. And then you cap it at 200 in software. That's what you do. You take that 300-mile range battery, you cap it at like 225, 250 in software, so that when you turn your heater on in the wintertime, the software taps that excess capacity, so you still have the same 225-mile range. When your battery has degraded 10%, open up 10% of the reserved capacity, so you still have 225 miles of range. It'll eliminate range anxiety. And the problem is when you put free 400-mile range battery in a car, they want to drop $20,000 and other crap in the car and sell you a $100,000 car. I mean, yes, I would love a Chevy Silverado EV. I would buy one immediately if I had the money. It's a pickup truck. It has four-wheel drive. It goes 476 miles on a charge. It's the only car I would ever need to own. It can handle going to the grocery store. It can handle going to the park. It can handle off-roading. It can handle towing a trailer. It can handle hauling cargo. Because it's a pickup truck with four-wheel drive. You know, but the real important part, though, is 476 miles. The problem is it's $100,000. I mean, do you know why battery swapping hasn't taken off? Because they know they're going to get hosed on it. As those batteries degrade and people go, oh, yeah, I'll swap it for that better one. I'll just keep swapping until I get a good battery, and then I'll stop swapping and charge at home. And when my battery starts to degrade, I'll start swapping again until I get a better one. You know, they're going to get hosed on it, and they know it. That's why they don't do battery swapping. And part of the problem is we run the batteries too hard. Remember I said, what you want is a battery that runs at 50% of what you need. You know, where what you need is 50% of what the battery can provide. This way you don't beat the hell out of it so hard. Oh, wow. Driving down the road. Alert, alert, alert. Failing battery. Eject, eject. And then you open up your window and you yell, grenade! Here comes this 3-pound battery cell. Boom! Oh my God. Although, to be fair, if we're talking about these kind of batteries, that's actually pretty safe. One of these batteries being chucked toward a pedestrian on the sidewalk, unless it hits him in the face, it ain't going to hurt him. There's just not enough energy in one single cell. And the risk is not a cell lighting off. That's not the risk. There's not that much energy in that one cell. The risk is that cell setting off the other cells. That's the problem. And so there is merit to that. But still, I can just imagine your car's loudspeaker going, Grenade! Here comes the battery cells. Oh my god, that's crazy. But the advantage of sodium iron, if and they're actually coming to market with these batteries. This is no longer blue sky technology. They're actually manufacturing these things now, which is fantastic. The advantage of sodium iron is no high cost materials. We can source everything needed locally. We don't need to depend on anybody else for lithium or manganese or cobalt, or it uses much safer, much more locally acquirable materials. Oh, it's the whole battery pack. That's not a grenade. That's a WMD. Just so we're clear, this doesn't really matter, but technically, this is a battery. This is a cell. This is not a battery. That's a cell. When you put two of them together, now you have a battery. The only we actually do sell a battery off the shelf, and it's going to be one that you might not realize is actually a battery, and that's the 9-volt, because the 9-volt battery has 6 cells inside. There's 6 individual cells inside of a 9-volt battery, so technically that's the only one that's actually a battery. But, wow. You got to send me a link to that with the ejecting battery if you find that. Post it on the Discord if you find that one with the ejecting battery. That's hilarious. Not so hilarious if you're on the receiving end of it. But yeah, that's what we need. What we need is we need a 300-mile range car that goes 200, 225 miles. It's got to have a heat pump. That's the only thing that advanced that it needs. It's got to have a good entertainment system because those are cheap. So you might as well have a nice entertainment system. I love just going out and sitting in my car. I mean, it's got that Bose sound system, and my tablet has a strap on the back. And so this tablet has a 20,000 milliamp hour battery. I need to know when this strap is starting to tear. This tablet has a 20,000 milliamp hour battery. Oh, Jesus. I'm making a mess now. And I just dumped that all over the place. God damn it. Really? Gotta find all those little freaking earrings now. That's gonna suck trying to find all those. Damn it. I had them in a box so that wouldn't happen, and I somehow pulled the whole box over. Dumped it all on the floor. That's gonna be fun to clean up. But that's what we need. We need a cheap battery that'll last 10, 15, 20 years. And I don't know. It'd be interesting. All right. I will see you guys later. Be good. I'll check out that link. Link to the video above. Let me grab that real quick. Click. What is it? Come on. Oh, China. Yeah, they would come up with that. Oh my God, does it literally eject? Holy shit, it violently ejects that shit. It says, get out of here. Wow, I mean, it shakes the whole car when it does it. Holy crap. Now that's interesting. That's a little crazy. Oh yeah, if you're standing next to that, you're gonna be hurting. That's an ankle biter from hell. And then if you land on top of it, you'll burn too. Oh God. Uh, but sometimes crazy stuff like that begins to build ideas. Oh God. And then you can't go anywhere. Oh, that one looked like it had two. Looked like it had space for two batteries. All right. I will see you guys later. Um, I can't think of anything else right now. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Thank you very much for the $100, Mike. I appreciate that so much. Um, you guys have a great night. I will talk to you later next week. Bye. Where is this? Right here. Stop.